25 seconds. 20 seconds.
Yeah.
Oh, no. All right, welcome everyone. I'd like to call to order the City Council meeting of February 17th, 2026. Clerk, will you please call the roll for both the City Council and the Park Board as we are participating in a joint meeting with them during our study session.
Yes, we'll begin with the council. Councilmember Tim Chizen.
Here.
Councilmember Arnold.
Here.
Councilmember Prem.
Here.
Councilmember Falcone.
Here.
Councilmember Pascal.
Here.
Deputy Mayor Black.
Here.
Mayor Curtis.
Here.
Now on to the Park Board. Board Member Berenice Bartoni.
Here.
Board Member Denise Lindberg. Vice Chair Juliana Bourne. Chair Jared Sylvia.
Here.
Those are the members present. There is no quorum.
Thank you. Our study session tonight is on 2 items. First, we'll have a joint meeting with the Park Board. Second, we will have a briefing on state-mandated parking code amendments. We expect to reconvene our regular meeting at 7:30. City Manager.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Mayor, Deputy Mayor, members of the council, and members of our board, Park Board. Thank you so much for joining us today. So the purpose of tonight is to discuss the draft Park Board work program. Although one of you had it in your packet, we also made sure we gave a hard copy, so those of you who didn't have a chance to see that. And there's also a draft hard copy of the potential engagement policies and guidelines. So what I'm going to do is turn it over to Lynn Zwagstra, our Parks and Community Services Director, for a brief overview. And what we're looking for council tonight is feedback and input on the 2 plans.
Thank you.
Welcome, Lynn.
Thank you. Good evening, Madam Mayor and Deputy Mayor. It's good to be here this evening. We always look forward to the joint Park Board session. It has been a few years since we've had one. It's also been a few years since we've had an approved Park Board work plan, and that's for a variety of reasons with some high priority projects like the ballot measure and the pros plan and whatnot. But it is time to move a little bit more forward. This is time that the Park Board gets the opportunity to convey to council some of their needs and interests, community needs and interests, but they also enjoy hearing from council about what your priorities might be. And so I will be teeing them up in just a moment. I know that they have some discussion questions to lead some discussion and feedback this evening that you saw highlighted in the memo. But in particular, at this juncture with the work plan, Park Board is looking to have a little bit more structure with what they're focusing on and is very interested in engaging with the community to serve as that liaison role. And obviously looking for your feedback on what you would find the most valuable. The city manager mentioned that a couple folks had some questions on a particular work plan item, that being the municipal code update. That one on the work plan is actually a department work plan item. It's been something we've been working on for several years now. It's taken quite a long time with negotiations, but what we've been working on as a department is to try and find a way to have a greater role in enforcing park rules in the parks without completely relying on the police department. And the city attorney's office actually found a way for us to be able to do that. But that does involve adding a new clause to the municipal code, kind of separating out the code into 2 different sections. And then we've also been interested in an update to the code. It has been a long time since it's been updated, and there are some gaps in it, like e-bikes, some things like that. So just some updated language, closing some of the gaps, that type of thing. And so, like I mentioned, it's actually been a work in progress for about 2 years behind the scenes. And we are asking Park Board to weigh in on the draft code, specifically as it pertains to how might that code impact the community or be perceived by the community. And that would help inform us what our next steps might be before it comes to council. So that's what that item is.
Thank you. That's very helpful.
Yeah. And on that note, I'll kick it over to Jared to tee up their discussion.
Great. Thanks, Lynn. Thank you, Council, for having us. We're excited about having the opportunity to discuss some of the topics on our work plan and other issues that the community we feel is really interested in. I also want to first thank the park staff for all their work in helping us draft this. We couldn't have done it without them, and they've been very supportive, helping us understand how we can better work with them to be constructive for the city. Today, our primary topics include our work plan, so we'll briefly touch upon that for a few minutes and get any feedback you might have on that. We then want to transition to the Peter Kirk Pool enclosure and share some of our thoughts there and have a discussion about that because I know it's very timely for the council. And then we want to talk a little bit about a engagement strategy we're trying to develop where we can be more proactive in the community and what our role really should be in communicating both ways, between the community and the council, and then back from the council down to the community. And so we'll talk a little bit about that and talk a little bit how the Kraken project might be a case study for us and where we could have been more involved over the past year. Any comments on that set of topics?
No, I think that looks good. We have about 45 minutes for this, so if you
Okay.
can help me.
Stay on time?
Yeah.
Will do. Sounds good. All right, so the first thing, the work plan. We haven't had one for a few years, and so this is a major update from past work plans. We wanted to introduce this to really help us focus our activities as a board and be as effective as possible. We spent several sessions last summer developing it, so this has been a work of many months, both on Park Board members and the staff. And we formally adopted it in October. It's split up into 3 major sections: active projects with board actions. These are major projects where we're trying to provide input back to the staff on some of the major projects, including the Kraken Iceplex, the Peter Kirk Pool, the North Kirkland Community Center, and potential future redevelopment, the board engagement plan, and then the municipal code, as Lynn mentioned. There's then updates on long-term projects, so just kind of being up to date on some of the ongoing projects across the city, KTUB, the PROS plan, ADA plan, similar things like that. And then finally, administration and housekeeping topics. Does the council, based off of any reading you've done or that brief summary, have any new projects we should be considering, or if not in this plan, in future work plans? Sorry, no slides?
So, trying to think of how this would be most helpful for you. Instead of just opening it wide open, maybe we should go through each piece and provide you feedback on the individual items. One of my feedback is we didn't see a lot of, so usually with a work plan, we get some staff input on how long a project will take or cost or time frame, and I didn't see that in here. So we may have questions about that as we go forward.
Okay. So I think then we can focus just on the major active projects section. That's the one where there's the most focus for us. So that includes these projects shown here on the screens right now. So the Kraken Iceplex Community Center. And there, our role as a board is to support that and provide feedback to maximize the benefit for the community through that. The second item is the Peter Kirk Pool and redevelopment. Again, trying to support and provide input as decisions are made about the future development of Peter Kirk Pool. And really for us, maximizing access to swim lessons as being a major priority from the community standpoint. Board member engagement plan. As I mentioned, we want to be as engaged with the community as possible, sharing information, being able to take questions back to the staff, get answers, and provide another conduit for reaching community members. We've been trying to engage through neighborhood associations. We're wondering what else we could be doing to be a little bit more proactive and work with staff to get more feedback. And then finally, the North Kirkland Community Center feasibility assessment. This is a bit of a longer term project, but really just any updates that we can receive and provide feedback for the staff as they look to future improvements to that facility are areas we're going to be spending a lot of our time over the next year to 2 years.
Thank you, Jared. Lynn, can you remind me, when are we doing the NKCC
Yeah.
Feasibility study?
Right, we have not scheduled that yet, and the reason we haven't is we're pretty focused on the Peter Kirk Pool and getting direction on that and moving forward, and then the other one, of course, being the Kraken Iceplex Community Center. So that one has been pretty all-encompassing. So really, we're looking for an opening in capacity before we schedule that one. Also, potential discussion with council on when that should go forward, given funding constraints with other high priority projects. The Iceplex one I would mention is when it will come to Park Board, it will be very focused on operations because the Kraken have designed the facility and we have had input in that along the way. It's not a public design process. But what can be public is all the programming that's in the facility, some of the priorities for use of the facility, equipment in the facility, and some general kind of pricing and policies and things like that. So bouncing off those operational items off the park board for feedback and input.
Okay, I see you. I'm feeling my way through here. This is just not a usual way that we do work plans. So, Jared, you said that you wanted to talk about the engagement plan and the pool separately?
Yep.
Okay. Former Deputy Mayor, Councilmember Arnold.
Thank you, Mary. Are you ready for questions on this and feedback?
Please.
Okay, very good. First, thank you for your work on this. The greatest value that boards and commissions provide for council is when you are able to spend more time on a particular topic than we are and get to the point where you're providing us options or recommendations before we have to take action on something. And this is where things like the North Kirkland Community Center, the updates to the municipal codes, and other things are helpful. I would make sure that the work is pretty tight on this. The focus really should be on the community center part of the Kraken Iceplex. The Kraken side of it is basically done and basically a council prerogative anyway. But there is more work to do, as Lynn has said, on the inside. So I think in setting expectations with the community, that would be one that I would retitle. The other thing in the category of big things that we need help with, you mentioned in the gold section on kind of updates, is the green loop. This is one where we have a good chunk of money, but not a money to complete the green loop. And frankly, this is one where you could provide a lot of analysis and look at community input on saying, how do we make the best progress fastest on this, as far as planning and alignment and other things, priorities. And that's something I'd like to actually see elevated to the green section as an active project, because for all the millions of dollars of funding that we have, it's only going to go so far, and having some recommendations as council decides how to make progress on this would be helpful. So that's something I would elevate. The Spinney Homestead Park Master Plan, also listed as an update, is another example of something council is going to approve and would be more of a higher priority thing in my mind that might justify being elevated to the green section. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else have comments on these sections? All right.
Okay, if there's nothing else, let us know. We're open to ongoing feedback, so if anything's missing or if anything comes up, please feel free to share, and we'll make sure to incorporate that going forward. With that, one other topic, just with that, we want to acknowledge that over the past year or so, it's become challenging to have some of the conversations around parks in terms of, improving level of service, increasing capacity from just the limited funds that are available, and I know the council is very aware of this. But we just wanted to basically say briefly that we're here to help in any way and support any way we can to find ways to increase funding for parks going forward. So keep us in the loop. We're here to provide a community sounding board, any sort of idea generation that might be helpful, we're here. But it's just become apparent over the last year how challenging it is to do improvements. Peter Kirk Pools will discuss as an example of one of those. But there's several others where we're just constantly running up against projects, being traded off. So
I do not understand what you're
I'm
about.
sure you don't. So, no real discussion questions. We just wanted to know, we're here. We want to be a partner in that. And so keep us in the loop.
We hear you, and we have the same concern, and you know I'm former park board member, and when I was sitting in your seats, I felt the exact same way, so, yeah.
Yep. Okay, so we'll keep moving. I'm going to pass it over to Denise, who will talk about the Peter Kirk Pool and some of the thoughts that the park board has had. So Denise, go ahead and take it away.
Thank you. So, like Jared said, our first main area that we'd like to focus on is the redevelopment or potential redevelopment of the pool. And as Jared already mentioned, we're really focusing on access to swim lessons. We think that's an equity issue, we think that's a public safety issue, and the current need is not being met by our current capacity in any way. So we do feel there's an urgency here, and that's been the lens that we've evaluated all of the options by, is can we increase capacity and how soon can we do it? I know that the council has spent a good deal of time discussing the various options, as have we. And while the enclosure options that were presented last summer would significantly increase swim lesson capacity, the reality is that our current capital fund is simply not enough to fund any of those enclosure options unless we sacrifice all of our other park board projects, or all of our other parks projects. So that would be deferred maintenance, that would be playground replacements, that would be artificial turf installation, all of those projects that we know that our community wants and needs. We would basically have to zero those out in order to fund one of these options. So as much as we would love to see an enclosure, right now, we're not recommending moving forward on one of the enclosure options unless we can identify further funding sources. What we are suggesting as an alternative is looking at either keeping the pool open year-round and heated, or extending the hours or the season into the spring and the fall. That would allow us to increase swim lesson capacity, and it wouldn't require a significant capital investment. There would be a couple challenges, the first being that we would increase our utility costs because we'd have to heat the pool. And the second is that most of our summer staff are high school and college students, so staffing might be an issue in those off-season months. The other thing that we want to advise the council to consider is perhaps a phased redevelopment plan. So rather than doing everything all at once, maybe 1 year we're doing system upgrades, and the next year we're doing the bathhouse, and we're gradually increasing capacity. That has the advantage of allowing us to use the funds that are available to do some immediate upgrades. The challenge is that it probably will increase the overall cost. And realistically, you can't build half of an enclosure 1 year and half of an enclosure 5 years later. So if an enclosure option is something we actually want to pursue, then at some point we're still going to need a big capital investment to make that happen. So that's kind of the background of where our discussion has gone. We'd love to hear input from you. And one of the questions that I have and that we've discussed as a board is, along the lines of considering funding sources, would the council consider doing a survey of the community to see if there's interest in a ballot measure specifically to fund an enclosure for the Peter Kirk Pool? We think this is distinct from the survey we did a couple of years ago that was just a smaller aquatics measure, because it's very specific to an existing structure. So I think that's kind of our first question, is that a possibility that might open up some avenues for us?
Councilmember Tim Chisholm?
Thank you. So I've noticed swimming facilities in shopping malls. We have one in Bridal Trails called Cyan Swim. There's one in Bellevue.
Microphone, please.
There's one in Bellevue at the Factoria Mall. And these facilities are in a lot of shopping malls. I don't know what the build out is. Maybe it's 500,000, maybe it's $1 million. It's not 10 million. And I don't know what they're paying per month. Maybe they're paying 10 grand a month. But as opposed to having this massive project that's $10 to $30 million, if we look at shopping mall build outs, either pre-existing or doing a shopping mall build out, that may be a fraction of the cost that we're talking about here, because I don't think that the residents of Kirkland are going to approve a ballot measure for for a pool enclosure. That's kind of my sense of just where we are. And it's not that I appreciate you raising the issue, but my sense is that given the everything that's going on in the state right now, that it may not be an opportune time. But it would be interesting, and I don't want to name individual businesses, but what's your business worth? What would you sell it for? And how much is the rent? Because if we can do a deal for 1.5 million and then have a location in a shopping mall to teach kids to swim, that's not going to take years and years to do, and it's not going to cost $10 million. And that's what the private market is doing. And the private market has seen that there's an opportunity and a need, and so they've started these private businesses. And I assume that they're doing it in the most cost-efficient way possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Deputy Mayor?
Well, thank you. I was hoping the city manager could, do you have thoughts on that? Because I know we've had this conversation about this idea, I appreciate the idea, and we've had this conversation in the past, and you spent, or at least
Yeah, well, I mean,
you spent some time thinking about it and looking into it?
yeah, I mean, we certainly do have thoughts, and maybe it might be better to talk about that in the business section. However, sure, we did talk, for example, to the Kirkland Urban folks about the potential, and then they, as you all know, maybe made a big deal with their bottom floor, which we had hoped we might be able to squeeze a pool into, but they now have a new plan for that. We have not approached people about buying an existing facility. Part of the challenge, I think, of the $10 million is that about $7 million of that is to invest in the current infrastructure. So just the pool itself, unfortunately, is old and needs a lot of care and investment. So, but I do think as we get to the business side, if the council wants us to continue to explore additional options like that, we certainly can put that on the table. But there is a certain sunk cost we have to make in the pool just to keep it operating, even if we don't expand its use.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor, do you have anything else?
Nope, that was it.
Okay.
I just,
Councilor Pascal?
Thank you. Yeah, so this obviously a big discussion item today. Just a couple things that I just want to point out that I very much agree with is one, kind of that phased approach, that this has been an ongoing discussion item for many, many years. And so whatever way we can start kind of, cracking that nut a little bit over time, and really thinking about how pragmatically we can start tackling this, because there is a great need, but it's really hard to do all at once. And so that's the challenge, and that we got to celebrate. I look at there was the slide up on the average % increase in capacity under the different options, and of course your eye goes to the 255% increase, and that's the one I want. But then you start looking at, how do you actually get there, and is that achievable? And couldn't we celebrate something 45%? That would actually be pretty. That would be a pretty great achievement by itself. But when it's compared to these other options that are very expensive and could be difficult to achieve over time, you kind of lose sight of that. But we shouldn't lose sight of that, is my point. That incremental approach. But as we enter down this, and I'll probably share some of these comments later, is if we're going to spend $10 million refurbishing and upgrading, I want to make sure that that's money that we're not going to have to, those are facilities that we're not going to have to redo or upgrade or whatever if we want to put an open air enclosure later. So I want to make sure the design and the planning and everything is done up front, and then the implementation is really thought about down the road. As far as a ballot measure, personally, I'm having a hard time kind of talking about that, to be honest. I just, right now is, I think, is a really challenging time. And I'd have to be convinced that was something that is worth moving forward right now. Thank you.
I'm going to go to Councilmember Falcone. Go ahead.
Great. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, thank you for being here. I really appreciate your all the thoughtful work that went into both the draft work plan and your feedback on the Peter Kirk pool. I share your passion for wanting to prioritize increasing swim lessons. Like, to me, that is the most important part, in addition to obviously making the needed upgrades to keep the pool safe and functional, all those things. But any enhancements that we make, I share your focus on increasing. We know the need. We know the need is there, and we know that it helps keep our most vulnerable residents safe. So that's really important. So I appreciate that lens. Thank you for bringing that forth. You'll, when we talk about this later tonight, that'll be my lens on that discussion as well. I do agree with my colleagues that I think now is not the best time for a ballot measure. But I do appreciate that this is tough financially, right? This is a pretty, I get sticker shock. I think I mentioned to the city manager earlier, I get sticker shock every time I see these options and that we talk about it. But this is something that we know is a priority, that we hear from the community as a priority, and also that we know is an important safety issue like you said, also an equity issue. So I do support that. I appreciate that you're bringing this to us and that we're talking about this, like you mentioned, Chair, it's very timely, right, tonight that we'll be talking about this later. I also appreciate I know we're going to be talking about the engagement process in a little bit too. I appreciate your thoughtfulness in wanting to be a role, kind of both ways of communication, right? To provide input from the community and recommendations to council, but also to help communicate out some of the things that are going on with the public as well, to keep folks informed. So along those lines too, tonight we're also going to be talking about our agreement with the Lake Washington School District for field usage and scheduling, and that's something that I know I've received a lot of communication from various community members and leaders in different youth sports leagues about, and so that is another potential example of how we could really use your help in helping communicate those types of things out to the community so folks know what the new scheduling procedures are and what's going on with that. I think that's a really good role. And as well as, I know you have it on here, like the CIP projects, but I think about like the infield turfing and things like that, of just having great two-way communication with folks in the community as they see that going. So thank you again. You'll hear more from us later tonight, as you know, in our business meeting. So I hope you tune in for that, and we appreciate all that you're doing.
All right, I'm going to go to Councilmember Arnold, and then I'll go back to Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. Thank you for your thinking and creativity on this. This is a real hard problem to tackle, whether we're talking about a new facility that approaches $100 million that the community has said, wow, that's not our top priority, or even something that's a full enclosure that's in the $17 to $20 million range. Very, very tough. And appreciate the ways to say, as you suggest, phase things, do things that would support increased capacity now and would help support an enclosure as we do this in the future. And as my colleagues have said more when we talk about this during the business meeting, you mentioned a survey about a ballot measure. There is a community group called Splash Forward that sent email to the council yesterday that had done a self-selecting survey that provided some interesting input. I hope staff will share that with the full park board if Splash Forward hasn't shared it with you already. In looking at some of the free-form comments, it kind of foreshadows some of the debate of what would happen around a ballot measure, where they're even just asking about this. People are saying, boy, I'm not sure if this is a tough priority. It's tough, challenging economic times. This is not where the city should be focusing. And really, as we have seen successful investments in the community, it really starts from a point where there's much more support to begin with, where people are more enthusiastic. So I would encourage you to look at that, at least as a starting point, with all the caveats on that it's a self-selected, non-scientific survey. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So just want to thank you all for being here. Again, just adding my voice to the others and for all your work throughout the year. And appreciate keeping this conversation going, particularly about the pool, because this has been a 3-year conversation by our council leading up to the PFAC that recommended the first ballot measure, and then the follow-up to that ballot measure failing. But I appreciate you keeping some of the things that you've discussed and that Councilmember Falcone, those are the reasons. When we did PFAC, those are exactly the reasons why citizens of our residents of our community, when they spend time thinking about this question, say, we need to invest in an aquatic center. and aquatic facilities. And so appreciate that. I think, to the survey, I did see the email that came across from Splash Forward, and I think it kind of highlights one of the things, which is if you're asked the question and you're not thinking about the resource constraints, then the answer is absolutely, we should do. I'll have my sort of comments about sort of the fiscal considerations of this when we talk about this business item later tonight. What I was hoping to do is ask staff a question about, since we're talking about this question of the ballot measure, and I tend to agree with a lot of my colleagues. It's sort of asked and answered, and in some ways asked and answered twice. And we've had to deal with the fallout of even asking the question twice, which I think was the right thing for the council to do and the city to do, is to ask the question, have PFEC, the resident group, analyze it for months and come up with a recommendation that we put on the ballot. That question was asked and answered. And then we said, what about a smaller option? And we asked that again. So I'm a little sensitive to the fact that we've sort of asked and answered this twice, but I'm open to thinking about it. What I was going to ask was, what is staff's recollection, or you probably talked about this with the park board, but maybe not with us. The question we asked last time in the second after the ballot measure failed, and we did a statistically significant survey, and we said, what about a smaller ballot measure? How would you characterize what we asked and the answer we got relative to maybe what we're contemplating and talking about here today?
Yes, thank you for that question. The community feedback was that obviously they're very supportive of expanded swim lessons and increased aquatics opportunity. But the feedback was a little mixed. So it was about 52% in favor of pursuing a smaller ballot measure. However, when you parceled out the data by location, there were people who felt very strongly about the two different locations. And so what you ultimately end up doing is dropping a percentage of people who support it by the location. And that dropping essentially makes it significantly below 50% who then support it. So that's what made that decision very difficult. It was location specific.
Okay, well, thank you. And again, thank you, Park Board members, for keeping this conversation going, for having this conversation. I do think it's important. Thank you. And we're going to talk about some more items, I think. Thanks.
Councilmember Prim, and then I have some comments.
Yeah, I also just wanted to follow on with what my colleagues are saying. I mean, I think this is such an important initiative, so I really do want to thank you as well for pushing this. One of my daughters actually almost drowned one time in the swimming pool because she didn't know how to swim. So this is quite personal for me. So again, thank you for pushing the urgency on this. I do generally agree that if we've asked this question before and we've asked it twice, I don't know if we're going to get the answer we want a third time around. But I do think, and we're going to discuss this later on today, the funding sources, really making sure that we're looking through whatever park impact fees we do have, that we're allocating those fees appropriately and in a place where we actually see a huge public benefit, which I think having an enclosed swimming pool would be one of those things. And so this is something I will be talking about later on because, there is a proposal on the table about spending $2.54 million on a parking lot. And so I don't know if there's a way to actually put that funding into something like this for future use. So this is something that we'll discuss later on. But again, thank you so much for doing everything you do for us.
So I just want to echo what you're already hearing. I mean, we do appreciate that this is staying forefront in your mind, and please continue to have this conversation with us. It's been 10 years for me because I've lived through 2 ballot measures, and I do want to acknowledge that Juliana served on the PFEC and put a lot of time and effort into creating that ballot measure. So we all vehemently, passionately agree that we need year-round aquatics, and we hope that we will find a way to pull this off.
Thank you.
You, Chair.
Yeah, can I make one comment?
Sure.
Just on that discussion point, I think it's been enlightening over the last 2 years serving on Park Board, getting clarity about the funding limitations that parks have. And I think it's a good segue into the engagement discussion because most community members do not understand the limits of the current budget. Like the fact that the CIP is so limited. When I tell people how it's only a few $1 million a year to upgrade parks, people are like, what are you talking about? I'm like, yeah, it's like 3 to 5 million. Like, that's all we have. And they're like, but we are such a rich city and we should be able to afford this. And so I think there's a little bit of education that needs to really be done on how parks are funded. That would go a long way to help people understand, why things are the way they are. And then they could, potentially with time reconsider the funding situation. But so I do think that's a real priority for us, is getting that message out there about where things stand from a funding standpoint.
Yeah, and we are going to have those budget conversations starting very soon. And we do our best to educate people on the different buckets and how they work, and we will probably continue to do that. And it is helpful to have a conversation. It's the same conversation about property taxes. How much of your property tax actually goes to the city, and then how much of that city tax actually goes to parks. So.
All right, with that, I'll hand it off to Juliana, who will talk about our board engagement strategy.
Thank you. So another high priority item in the Park Board work plan is the development of the Kraken project, and to be an advocate for those increased services through that and public recreation opportunities for the community. We know that the Kraken project has been discussed at council, and there are updates on the city's website. There's been a survey about Houghton Park and Play asset reallocation, and some actions have already been taken. But despite these efforts, the feedback we've received from neighbors and community members is that there isn't a wide understanding about the state of negotiations or the vision for the site. So on a related note, another goal of ours with from the work plan is to develop board member engagement guidelines. We're trying to better define roles and specific actions that we as a park board can take to intentionally and proactively engage with our community. So that we can be more effective as an advisory body, so like this Kraken project, and hope to work more closely with council in the future to help drive more community engagement on these parks and recreation topics. So we're also starting to think about and explore how the board can help cascade or amplify messages that the city council wants out there, and also in the other direction where we can serve as another channel for people to share their thoughts and feedback to you guys. With that, we'd like to discuss ways to improve our utility as an advisory board to you guys. So how can we most effectively communicate that feedback to council? And then how can Park Board, or how can the board more proactively communicate project status updates to the community?
Thank you. Council, thoughts? Deputy Mayor?
Well, thank you. So thank you for this item. I guess what I want to say at the top is just how important it is and this has kind of been a city council priority for a while, but just how important it is to make sure we have really good civic engagement with people, many of our residents really engaged in the city and understanding some of the complexities that you guys understand, certainly in the park board, in the park vertical, much better than the average resident. And so your commitment to sort of being an educated's the wrong word, but sort of well-informed, educated voice, really understanding a topic that we talk about a lot, that we struggle with a lot because we do have limited resources and there are opportunity costs, et cetera, et cetera. Having you dedicated to using everything that you're learning from working with the park staff about what it means to actually run these facilities, these properties, and these programs, I think that's great. I do think it's probably a little fraught. Community engagement, especially, I noticed there's reference to social media engagement. I'll just refer you to city attorney's office, to the parks board staff, to our communication staff that just have to be cautious with social media engagement. And even, you know, even the first response or the first comment on social media where, you know, you provide the disclaimer that you're on the park board, but you're speaking for yourself, that gets quickly lost in the social media conversation until no one who's commenting thinks you're anything other than, you know, representing the city and the city point of view. So we just have to be careful. It's something we all struggle with. Everyone involved in public service struggles with it. So I would just, you know, make sure you're working in that, make sure you're just working closely with staff, the city attorney, and things like that. We talked a little bit about a moment ago, if you ask questions about park investment of the public without, you know, a conversation about resource constraints, the answer is like, we're all in, we want it all. And of course we do, right? We want, everyone loves Kirkland's parks. It's kind of a crown jewel of Kirkland, and absolutely we want to invest in it. Just another area where I would sort of caution, like, you know, I think a focused town hall where there are there's an opportunity to really talk about initiatives that you're really wanting to get people's feedback. You know, how would you have us prioritize these type of programs or these type of facilities? I think those are really good questions, and to the extent that's also an opportunity to sort of educate the public about some of the challenges and constraints with operating a park assets as large as ours. I think that's really valuable. I'd just be cautious going in and just saying, without any discussion of resource constraints, you know, what do you want from your parks? Because you'll get 10 different answers from 10 different perspectives, none of which we can easily do all at once. So that's just another level of another area of caution. But I really appreciate your commitment to wanting to be sort of residents who you're volunteering your time, you're working with staff, you're understanding these issues, and being out there sharing that knowledge and experience and understanding with our community, I think is super important. I mean, we do that, but we're only 7 people, and that doesn't scale sometimes. We see that all the time in our civic conversations. Last thing I would just say is, I know the chair and the vice chair, we have a meeting set up with the mayor and the deputy mayor. I'm looking forward to, I just wanted to say this is probably the most appropriate time to say, I'm looking forward to those conversations. We generally have those conversations between our chairs and vice chairs of our boards and commissions with the mayor and deputy mayor. I'm looking forward to our upcoming meeting there too. So this conversation doesn't have to stop with a joint meeting, right? We'll keep talking about that. And so park board members should certainly let Juliana and Jared know, you know, what you want them to share with the mayor and the deputy mayor.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Councilmember Falcone?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, thank you so much for the thoughtfulness that went into this plan. I think there are a lot of really great ideas that it's just going to elevate, you know, I think some of the expectations of the community engagement with our boards and commissions, and I think that's a good thing, right? I think it's, as Councilmember Arnold mentioned earlier, you know, looking to not only your in-depth work on a particular issue, but also just your role in the community is really valuable, and the lens that you bring, right? And we, you know, when we interviewed you, we talked about, you know, some of the things that you're interested in related to parks and kind of what your engagement is in the parks, and you each bring like such valuable perspective just with yourself, your families, your neighbors, your social circle. So that is extremely important to bring to this work. But elevating it to, you know, have some more formal and informal ways of engaging with the public, I think is really important. You know, I will say when I see some of the more formal engagement, you mentioned earlier, Chair, about, you know, limited resources. One of the first things I think of is staff time and staff capacity for some of these things, and just being really thoughtful about that, because as the mayor said earlier, we didn't really get a good sense of like the time and the resources needed for each of these things, including this public engagement. And so that's something that I do have in my mind with some of this as well, just again, being mindful of that. But I do think there's a lot of, whether it be formal or informal, things that you can do and that you probably already do to some extent that I can just tell from some of the ideas here. Right, like you mentioned earlier, Denise, you know, the having an equity lens for the Peter Kirk pool, but I'm sure you bring that same lens to all the work you do on the park board, right? So I think of having an equity lens with public engagement too, and folks that you engage with and community members that you engage with. You mentioned, you know, for example, engaging with neighborhood associations, I think that's a great idea. Also with, PTAs, you mentioned attending council meetings, engaging in that way. I think identifying community-based organizations, I think of like Eastside Pathways and others that you can engage with to get some input from community and perhaps some of our most vulnerable community members in the work that you do to help inform your recommendations. I think it'd be a really big value add to your public engagement, and I see those values, and I know that you share those values. So I really appreciate that. I like your idea of event tabling. I remember when I was on the Human Services Commission that we tabled at City Hall for All, and it was a really valuable opportunity. People didn't know what the city did with human services that very much, or what we did with what the Human Services Commission did. And it was a really great opportunity to educate people, but also to get input from people. And for people just to be more aware. That's what part of the City Hall for All is, right? To kind of break down those barriers for people to know, hey, you're my neighbor and you're on the park board. Maybe I can apply for the park board sometime, right? So I think there's a lot of value that that we could have for something like tabling at events. So I really, really appreciate that. I also think of how we can engage some of our, again, doesn't need to be formal, but perhaps informally. The mayor and the deputy mayor mentioned the meetings that you have set up. Any of you are welcome to contact any of us at any time. Sit down, we're very accessible. We'll be happy to have coffee or, have a phone call, whatever is helpful to hear what's on your mind or hear from things that you're thinking from the community. So that door is always open to you as well. I also think of, picking up the phone or having a conversation with our senior council and with our youth board as well in particular, and getting some insight from them on the communities that they represent and the part of our community that they represent and what would be helpful to them. So I really like the direction you're going in summary. I appreciate the lens, and I am concerned about, staff resources with some of it, but I think a lot of it you can do on your own, and I think you're already doing a lot of it, actually, and just formalizing it in a plan is great for people to know what the great work that you're doing. Thank you.
Councilmember Pascal.
Thank you. Thank you for raising this question. And I always default to more communication whenever possible, but we want that communication to be intentional. And in this case, the thing that I think about with the park board and just our broader boards and commissions in general is when you are communicating with the public, really, what is it that you're asking? And then what are those expectations then that the public has once you receive that input? And so I think a work plan in general and having a work plan that's adopted regularly is going to help us identify those engagement opportunities where I think you are going to be most, I think, the best body to receive that input. And I see those as being very specific engagement opportunities around specific projects and programs, whether it's a PROS plan update, park master plan updates, specific projects where we don't have the capacity to do that and we want the park board. So I think with the work plan adoption and having that more regularly, and maybe if we're thinking of looking at the municipal code, maybe that goes in the municipal code as something that gets regularly updated like the Transportation Commission has, so that you have a defined engagement plan that we have blessed, so to speak. I just want to make sure that we're setting expectations with the public. So when you're going out and you're asking questions, that public has the expectation of this is how my input is being used, right? That it's not going into a black hole, and that's by no means that I know that's not what your intentions are, but that input is being used in some way, and so that's why you have to be very thoughtful about that. So those are a few things on my mind, but I think the work plan will really help. Thank you.
Thank you. Did you have a response, Jared? Okay. Councilmember Tim Chisholm.
So more of what I would like to see from the park board is ideas on projects that are $500,000 to $600,000, maybe under $1 million. I think the playground at Everest Park, the baseball themed park that was $500,000 or $600,000, is an example of taxpayers really getting a good value for their money and a project that was a huge success. when you spend time on a board or commission, you're gonna wanna see something materialize during your time on that board or commission. And, you know, the 10, 20, $30 million projects are great to discuss, but if you communicate with the public, you might wanna have 3 projects that are $500,000. And then ask the public what they would like to see, A, B, or C, rather than asking them, you know, if they'd like a enclosed pool and a gym and a yoga center or whatever, you know? So I've seen success at that price point, you know, 500 grand, maybe less, maybe a little more, but those are projects that can materialize within a reasonable length of time. We can cut the ribbon and the public can enjoy it, you know? Thank you.
Councilmember Arnold.
Thank you. As I look at the work plan, there's a number of updates and trainings that were in there, and I thought that was great because we want you to be informed champions for parks in Kirkland out in the community. As you're looking at outreach, though, I agree with what I'm hearing from a lot of the colleagues that general outreach becomes really hard to do and really hard to show results from. And I would encourage you to be more focused around the things that really are the key things we're working on right now, is in saying how to get information on the Green Loop and the North Kirkland Community Center and specific things where people can give you feedback. You can look at those, incorporate those into recommendations, and we can see results versus anything like a general town hall to talk about parks. That just doesn't seem like the right use of your role and the most effective way to make use of your time as volunteers. As you're going and doing outreach, I concur with what Councilmember Falcone is talking about. Look for ways to go beyond the neighborhood associations. Not all of our neighborhoods have an active neighborhood association, and especially for your role, there are a number of sports and recreation and community and school groups that would be much more valuable to engage with. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Prim? Yeah, I totally agree with what Councilmember Arnold is saying regarding focusing your attention on the actual projects that are active, especially around, you know, like for an example, the community recreational center. When we're going through that process, getting real-time feedback on what people would want in terms of programming or hours of operation or what facilities they would want within the community center, having that real-time feedback so that we can quickly incorporate that into actionable feedback that we can actually do, I think is going to be super helpful with like eyes on the ground. And then making sure that whatever community feedback we're getting are actually actionable, right? It's something we can specifically take care of. And that way the public also feels like their voices are being heard and being translated to real things. So 100% agree with what Councilmember Arnold's just said. Thank you.
Thank you. Trying to think of what I can say. So think the strategic tabling is a great idea, and agree with the comments you heard of suggestions of other outreach. When I was on the park board, I also met with the other boards and commissions because they are also residents of our city and what they like. I think that attending the upcoming health fair, tabling at that would be really beneficial because, again, you're reaching out to people that we don't usually hear from. I worry about creating new channels of communication. And when you say, oh, people tell us that we didn't know about the Kraken, we feel you. We hear the exact same thing. We have a Kirklander that goes to every household. We have a podcast. We have a newsletter. And there are still people that we're missing. I don't think the answer is creating new avenues of communication or social media because it's fraught with misinformation and it digresses into a conversation that has nothing to do with your original post. I do think it's super helpful if you encourage people to go to the communication tools that we already have. And there's a handout on the desk over there that I think is super helpful on these are all the ways to sign up for email lists. This is how you get on the podcast. And just encourage people to reach out that way. But what I am hearing is how do we drive more people to you to give you feedback? And we heard the same thing from the Transportation Commission the other day. They said, no one comes to our meetings. I think it would be super helpful if you had residents come to your meetings, and it's part of the public forum, it's part of the public record to provide you feedback. One of the things I think would be helpful is we send out in our newsletter, these are the topics that are coming up at City Council. We do have Parks and Communications staff that could also say, here's what's coming up on the park board on their agenda. Please come to the meeting and give them feedback. I think that that will help bring people to you and see you as a resource to provide feedback. And I also agree with what you've heard. You've already said it. If you have a town hall that's just open-ended, then what did I hear? Cricket and ultimate frisbee, right? And so people are going to come to you with every wish list that we can't possibly fulfill. We do have a pros plan, and we are following what has been outlined in the pros plan. So if there is some sort of public event, again, it needs to be specific about a topic rather than just general. All right, Jared, back to you.
Okay, thank you for that feedback. That's very helpful. And I think in general, I think we're largely aligned with you. I think, you know, the Kraken Iceplex as an example, I feel like we felt really under-informed and underutilized over the past year. And I know there's a lot of sensitivity about that particular project, but I don't think we could even answer any of the basic questions about it. And that was really kind of unnerving for us, being, you know, seen as the park board. And the Green Loop was one where I'm getting questions from the Juanita Neighborhood Association quite a bit about it because they're very passionate about it. I don't have a lot of great resources to, you know, readily hand them and be able to direct them. So I think that's what we're looking for is guidelines on how we can engage, what we can engage on the priority projects of our work plan, as that being the most important things, and not open-ended, come to the park board for all of your park issues. Like, no, that's not, I don't want to start that. I don't want to start that at all, and I don't think any of us do. So yeah, I think that's good.
Okay.
Are there any other topics? We appreciate the time you've taken so far, and I know you have other things on your agenda for the study session.
I think Deputy Mayor has a question.
Yeah, I just wanted to actually amplify, Jared, what you were just saying. I think it's a little incumbent upon us as a city, you know, park staff and to make sure you are informed about something like the community center at the Kraken Iceplex. I would just make you know, I guess what I would say is let's make sure if you're getting those kind of questions that we're making sure we've got a really seamless feedback loop with staff. Hey, park board members, we as park board members are getting a lot of questions about this one thing. Can we get a briefing on that? And certainly I think one of my colleagues said it earlier. I think it was Councilmember Falcone. Like any of us are available. So if you're getting those kind of questions, especially if you're getting inundated and you just don't have the information, never hesitate to reach out to any one of the 7 of us with email or a phone call. And I think we'll make sure I think it is incumbent upon us to make sure that we're doing a good job of making sure that you're informed about the type of questions you're likely to get as a park board member. Right. And the only thing I would add is I just want to echo what the mayor said a second ago. I would on the community engagement, the park board's community engagement program, I'd really like to see that line item on there that's like, what can we do to get more folks showing up to, what are some specific strategies to get more folks coming to your meetings? Because that's where they're going to hear about all the topics that you're discussing and getting reports on and briefings on and weighing in on. So thanks.
Go ahead. Madam Mayor, would you like to see us do a little work on the work plan where we might fill out some kind of timelines and specific engagement methods for the different projects that we might work with Park Board on?
That would make me so happy.
Got it.
I do. I think you can take the feedback you received tonight and tweak it, and it would be nice to see like when these deliverables happen or and the cost of doing some of this too. Because even when you're tabling, it takes staff time to support you to table, so.
Yep.
So we went over, but it's worth it.
Okay,
So,
sorry. I
no,
know.
it is. This is a great conversation, and I really, we all sincerely appreciate your dedication to this, your passion, your free labor. So thank you so much for being here. I hope that you listen to the later conversation about the pool, and we will see some of you at the ribbon cutting at the dog park on Friday, right?
On Friday.
Yep.
All right.
Thanks so much.
Thank you so much, and thank you to the staff for everything they did to support us on this as well. They were great.
So, while we're swapping out, want me to just introduce this next topic?
Okay, we are now moving on to our second study session item, which is briefing on state mandated parking code amendments. City Manager.
All right, I just want to, Councilmember Pascal has stepped away. Do you want to wait a second, or should I go ahead and start?
Go ahead.
Thank you. Yeah, so while we're switching out, so the purpose of tonight's discussion on parking was really coming to you from staff as an economic development focus. Council in our city work plan item of last year has a big focus on making sure that the 85th Street stationary is catalyzed. We also got a lot of feedback during the budget process last year that really 2026, we wanted to be about economic development, filling vacancies, tourism, a lot of really positive things. And so that sort of drove us to say, what kind of actions can we put in front of the council that might be a piece of that? And early implementation of 5184, parking requirements was one, and then there's some related topics to that about other options the council might select. So that was the impetus for bringing this to you. We are going to turn over to Adam Weinstein, who's our Director of Planning and Building, and then the presentation itself will be made by our Senior Planner, Martha Rubart. So.
Thank you, City Manager. Go ahead.
Was that the
Yeah, actually, good evening, Mayor and Deputy Mayor and Council. I'll just hand it over to Martha to start the presentation. We have a lot to talk. You have a lot to talk about tonight, and not as much time. So, let Martha take it away.
Thank you. Good evening, Council and Mayor and Deputy Mayor. I'll be presenting tonight on the Senate Bill 5184 Parking Implementation Project that the city is required to comply with. I have a total of 17 slides. I'll try to go through it really quickly, but this is what I'll be going over tonight. So I'll start off with the Senate bill itself. It was passed in 2025, and it limits the on-site parking spaces that cities may require for commercial and residential uses. And so this is the first set of requirements. It says that cities may not require more than one space per single-family dwelling unit and a half a space per multifamily unit, and then no more than 2 spaces per 1,000 square feet of commercial space. And these are the uses that cities may not require any minimum parking for. And something to make clear is that this bill does not set limitations on the number of parking spaces. It just limits the number of parking spaces that cities may require for a use. And the deadline to comply with this is in January of 2027. So our current parking regulations set minimum parking based on the zone, the land use, the square footage, or the number of bedrooms in a unit, and for some uses also on a parking study. And here I've copied the parking requirements for residential and for commercial uses. And then the land uses that require a parking study include daycares, schools, recreational facilities, et cetera. There are several. And over the last 6 months or so, Council decided to adopt 5184 parking requirements for middle housing, for co-living housing, and for the Juanita Community Initiated Amendment Request locations. So those uses and locations already comply with 5184. And the rest of the regulations do not, so they will have to be amended. We also currently have a parking modification process that gets used pretty regularly by applicants, but it can add a lot of time and cost to what could otherwise be a pretty straightforward project. The process requires the applicant to submit a thorough parking study prepared by a transportation engineer, and the application goes through a public noticing process to notify residents and owners within 300 feet of the subject property. And the approval could also be appealed to the hearing examiner. And so this process can add a lot of uncertainty and cost for the applicant and the property owner for whether like a lease agreement can work out for a business that's trying to move in. And there's a table in the packet that shows some examples of these modifications. And it also shows that the 5184 parking levels would negate the need for the modification for all of those projects. So here's a table that shows some example projects, some pretty recent projects, and it compares the minimum parking required under existing regulations and what would be required under 5184. It also shows the number of spaces that were proposed and provided on site. And this really shows the stark difference between our current regulations and what would be required under 5184. And a lot of the difference is because of the many of these projects being mixed use. And under 5184, the requirements for ground floor commercial space in a mixed use project would be 0 parking spaces. And then also for residential units under 1,200 square feet would be 0 as well. So there'd be a big change for those mixed use projects. But this table also shows that projects are generally providing more spaces than required under current code, regardless. Specifically the low density residential projects and then the larger projects such as the Village at Totem Lake, the Google campus, and the Jade residences example. So staff has identified 3 project scope options for your consideration, and I will go through each of them. The first one is early minimum compliance with 5184. This would implement the bill as soon as possible before the January deadline and would involve amending the zoning code and replacing all of the uses that are called out in the bill and implementing those parking rates instead. And then it would retain the existing parking regulations for the remaining uses. And some of those uses, there aren't very many based on our initial research, but it would include at least schools and faith-based facilities that would be untouched. The second project scope option is early minimum compliance, so option 1, plus eliminating parking requirements within the station area boundaries. And this is included as an option because catalyzing the station area is included in the city work program, and removing all parking related barriers to development in that area could help catalyze development there. This is a map that shows all of the surface parking within that area, which we thought was interesting, and then also shows the 10-minute walk shed to the new BRT station. So has good access to transit. The third project scope option is to add an allowance to either option 1 or 2 for existing commercial spaces to be allowed to expand without providing parking for that expansion. And this was added because there has been some issues for businesses that are trying to relocate or start up, and they aren't able to expand their new space, especially in the central business district. And so we are proposing that there could be an allowed expansion, potentially up to 30% or something around there, without being required to provide parking. And for any of these project scope options 1 through 3, staff would plan for the next council meeting on the project to be for adoption unless directed otherwise. And here's a list of continued research topics that we have identified as needing to look into a little bit more with the 5184 implementation. I'm not going to go into them, but I can if you have questions. One of the additional research topics is bicycle parking that I want to touch on because we do have a staff recommendation on it. We currently require 1 bicycle parking space for every 12 vehicle parking spaces that are required. So it is tied to the vehicle parking space requirements. And the staff recommendation would be to adopt the station area bicycle parking requirements for the rest of the city. So we developed these requirements and they're based on square footage or number of units rather than number of vehicle parking spaces. The public outreach plan is proposed to be pretty limited because these parking changes are required by the state and they're also supported by the comprehensive plan. So staff recommends a limited outreach plan, including a web page and email updates sent out to the stakeholders. For the project timeline, there are 2 options for council to consider. The first is the typical zoning code amendment, which would include staff continuing to do research and then amending the drafting code amendments to bring back to council for adoption. And that would be around summertime. Or if council wants to act quickly on this, we could do an early action ordinance, which would include adopting the 5184 requirements as soon as possible, with the caveat that the cleanup for the zoning code would occur after adoption. And the adoption would be in April 2026 this year, and then the cleanup after.
Yeah, go ahead. Councilmember Pascal?
Just a question about that. So really the only difference is a cleanup with the code. If it's just kind of a cleanup exercise, then why would we wait? Like I guess I'm just not following that. So the only reason we would wait is because we want to clean up the code, but it wouldn't really result in any material differences. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's right. I can respond, Councilmember Pascal. I think there's a lot of cleanup in the code. You know, parking is all over the code.
I don't want to,
we have to sort of go painstakingly through it and clean it up. So it does take a little bit of time. So yeah, the early adoption would just allow us to get it in. If applications are coming in, right, they would be vested in those new regulations. They would be, right, wouldn't have to provide as much parking as before, and then we would just have more time to do the cleanup, which is a little bit time consuming. Yeah. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does. I just was trying to understand what the impacts would be to the public, which really wouldn't be anything.
Just early, yeah. It would give applicants a little more time with more lenient parking regulations.
Okay, thank you.
And I can just, so part of this that wasn't as clear is that this also applies to existing buildings if you do the early implementation, right? So a lot of it we think about as a new project or a new proposal, but this would also be helpful to people who want to move around. So we actually do think there's value even in a few months because we don't know what project might move from here to there or a person who wants to expand. So that's the reason we had the early action option.
Martha, Councilmember Prim has a question also.
And then just another question. So the first option, the staff continues research and drafts zoning code amendments. Would those zoning code amendments be, would they pertain to SB 5184 or are these different ones?
They would just be to to implement 5184. So we would be removing a lot of our parking regulations and then adding in the 5184.
So it's just a slower process, basically?
Yeah, it's pretty much just all of the cleanup work.
Okay, got it. Okay, thanks.
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
So the next steps will really depend on council's feedback, but we do have a planning commission briefing scheduled for next week, February 26th. And that's my last slide. So I have some questions for council, and I'll hand it back to you, Mayor. Thanks.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor, did I just see you?
I did.
Okay.
Oh, you did. I have a question, and then I'm just going to sort of share my overarching thought, and try to keep it short. First of all, Martha, you highlighted something I hadn't really focused on before, and I just want to make sure I understand it. So we have small business owners wanting to open up a physical therapy or a child care center or a coffee shop right now, wanting to rent space where we have space available in Kirkland at any number of our neighborhood centers. And the potential what was the 4 to 16 week process? What was it?
Yeah, the parking modification process.
The parking, like if the building they're looking to lease, the space they're looking to lease, that building doesn't have the parking necessary to sort of meet this new need of, let's say, a physical therapist clinic. Before they can sign a lease, they're talking potentially a several week process.
That's correct, yeah.
And that right there has me really thinking about that together with actually the some of our existing small businesses who have committed and invested in Kirkland, who are wanting to invest a little bit more by expanding. It's those people I'm really thinking about when we're thinking about early implementation. And we're only talking about less than a year, but even as between the early action ordinance and the zoning code amendment, I'm thinking about those folks. And so that really kind of leads me to where I think I'm going to land, which is, and I know we're not making a decision tonight, we're just providing guidance, but I think where I want to land is, we got to do this by January 2027. There are business owners in Kirkland today, or people who want to invest in Kirkland today, that this is impacting. That makes me want to act more quickly. And then the only thing I would add is the word consistency. At the end of the day, with the options that we have in front of us, particularly the idea of something slightly different for the station area, right now I'm really focused on how we can have sort of consistent regulation like this and other sort of development rights that are sort of consistent through our neighborhood center. That's something I really would like through our neighborhood centers. That's something I would really like to focus on. So for this, I would really like us to focus on, this is my vote, not an actual vote. My direction is 5184 implementation consistent through our neighborhood centers, probably with the early action ordinance, given that we have actual businesses affected today. And then I think that's it. And I'll thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Falcone?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I agree with a lot of what the Deputy Mayor said. I agree that that doing the early action ordinance, I think, makes sense given what we've heard tonight. Not only for our small businesses, like the Deputy Mayor really articulated really well, that that need that, but also for I think of, I was at the 85th Station area breakfast, and this was a recurring theme, not just from the large group discussion, but from a lot of the smaller group discussions that happened after the event, that doing this both early and, going a little bit above and beyond, especially in the station area, will help attract developers, because there's limited, what I heard that day and since from some developers is that there's limited funding right now. It's a challenging, as we know, economy right now. And so they have to choose which city they're going to choose to develop in. And if we signal to them that we are a city that wants to do business with folks, that we want to help catalyze development in the 85th Station area, then that could be the difference between them building something in Redmond versus Kirkland, or, you know, Woodinville, or wherever, any other of the cities. And I think it was I really appreciated having the comparison table in the memo about what some other cities have done. So I do have some questions, though. You went through, thank you so much, Martha, a lot of different uses and what the different requirements will be for that for parking. What would it be for hotels? Does this impact hotels as well? And you said schools and faith-based will be untouched.
Yeah, I believe hotels would just fall under the commercial category.
Okay.
Yeah, under the state bill, the commercial definition is very broad.
Okay.
So.
Great, thank you. I appreciate that. And as far as the timeline for if we did option 1 versus option 2, or if we also added on option 3, would it be the same amount of time, like the April, you know, early action ordinance? Would that apply regardless of which options we chose to move forward with?
Like whether or not to add on the option 3?
Add on option 3, or to add on the additional part that's in option 2.
Yeah, I can chime in. Thanks for the question, Councilmember Falcone. I think that if we were doing an early action ordinance, I think we could hit that April-ish timeline, whether we added in option 2 and or 3.
Okay, thank you. That's really helpful, because I do share that lens that the Deputy Mayor had of the timeliness here that we're hearing time and time again. I appreciated you tying it back to our city work program and catalyzing the station area. That's something that is really important, as we know, to the city and to City Council. And like I said, hearing from developers, this is something we can do to go above and beyond. So I do support options 2, and I also support options 3 for the reasons that were really well articulated already about supporting our business community. The reason I bring up the hotel, obviously, is we also, you know, just met with the park board, and we're talking about the Kraken facility, and we know from the economic analysis report that we need more hotels, and we know this is something we've discussed before in the station area. And so that's a particular interest, is making sure that we are doing what we can to attract the right type of hotel that will meet the need for the new Kraken facility, and that's timely as well, right? Given the pretty ambitious timeline that the Kraken have, I want to make sure that we're doing everything we can to get lined up so that we're getting the benefit, that our residents, our community members are getting the benefit of that investment that we've made, and that the economic development dollars are happening here in our city. And so I do look to this as a potential tool to help us with that. I appreciate you mentioning that the market provides, you know, many times above the minimum parking requirements. And so I do think that's something that we're going to just see what the market needs. The 85th Station area is intentionally, obviously, built around transit, right? And is very active transportation focused. And so I feel like it's appropriate for us to have, to reduce the parking minimums even further there. This is also something that's come up in TDC, in the work that we do with the hotels and hotel development with the Kraken facility. So it is something that that folks are paying attention to in different groups in our community that that are looking to what we're working on here. So thank you.
All right, Councilmember Prim, then Councilmember Pascal.
Yeah, so I think I support option 1, as I think it's a pretty straightforward approach to achieving early citywide compliance to state law. So I think doing that and doing it quickly is the best approach, in my opinion. I also support option 3 to add an allowance to option 1 for existing commercial spaces to be able to expand without being required to provide additional on-site parking. I think strapping small businesses for parking requirements to be able to expand is not good. And I even heard an example of a small business wanting to add some height. And just from a height addition, they were required to add more parking spaces, which is ridiculous. So I'm glad that we're going to hopefully take that out. I think in terms of option 2, I'm a little hesitant with that, just because I think consistency amongst different neighborhoods in a city really makes things just more predictable, workable, easily administrable. So when, and especially when, if you have different areas with different parking requirements, but they're actually functioning with similar uses, I think that also adds a lot of confusion in administering and enforcing these requirements. And of course, if a developer wants to come in and create more parking spaces, then let the market do its job. So that's my opinions in a nutshell.
Thank you. Councilor Pascal.
Thank you. I don't know that I'm going to have a ton new to add here. I guess I would be pretty aggressive here and go to option 3, using option 2 as a basis. A couple reasons for that, and it's kind of something that some of my other colleagues said is, developers are just basically waiting around for SB 5184 to be implemented. So why not just implement it so projects can get moving? I mean, otherwise the holding costs are pretty high, and I don't know what we're doing in the meantime because we have to implement it. And I don't really, and I think, and my reason for the question earlier is what benefits do we gain from waiting? And what I heard is there's no benefits being gained from waiting. There's only impacts. So I very much support option 1. Option 2, I think with the station area, I think we've talked about this for the last many months, is that we need to catalyze development there. And I understand the consistency concerns that others have mentioned, but this is an area that we should at least try something different to get things moving. And we're investing in that area, so let's do this for the 85th Street. And as far as option 3 with the commercials with greater allowance, I mean, that's something we've heard for a long time, I believe. And so I think this would be, that's just a great kind of common sense addition in my mind. So I don't think I said really anything new there, but the new things I do want to add is about the research items that you'd identified. One is, I would like us to track the parking that is built under these new regulations, just the spaces built and utilization where we do have or have that information, and or tracking kind of complaints or issues, just so we have that information so we can respond and change tactics. It's not that we change regulations, but there is an operations and a management side to this. So it'd be nice to track that. And that's just going to be an ongoing thing. I guess the second piece that I'd ask, and I don't know when the appropriate time for this would be, is I do really think we need to get ahead of the curve and kind of really think about what that management program is, parking management program. That's going to be necessary. And I don't want to be reacting to that when we kind of all of a sudden see all these issues that happen and go, okay, what do we do? And it's going to take, a year, 2 years, or 3 years to kind of get that going. I'd like to kind of have an understanding of what that would entail and how we would get that started. And what I mean by a parking management plan is, as soon as you eliminate minimum parking requirements, for the most part, developers are going to build to the demand. There are going to be situations where that doesn't happen, and then there's going to be spillover effects. And those impacts, I'm most concerned of are safety impacts. And so then that behooves the city and our government to get involved to make sure that they address the safety impacts, right? And that becomes parking permits, more parking officers to patrol. That's more costs on the taxpayers, and how do we pay for that? What does that look like? How would we get a program going over time? I'm not saying to do it. I'm just saying let's explore kind of what that entails so that we're prepared if the time comes that we can move forward on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Arnold and Councilmember Tim Chisholm.
Thank you, Mayor. Briefly, I'd support option 2 with the option 3 add-on and early action. My feedback is that as you're looking at the station area and eliminating parking requirements, perhaps look at differences within the station area, given the mixed-use area versus the urban flex district, or maybe there's another way to cut it, but I'm not sure that throughout the entire station area, having parking requirements eliminated is the right thing, but certainly within some parts of it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Tim Chisholm?
Thank you. Did we do this in the two CARs at Michael's and? Okay, so it's not just the station area. I mean, you know, we've got the station area, then we've got these two CARs carved out. And, you know, if we're gonna start carving out this spot and this spot and this spot and this spot, I don't know.
Okay.
Maybe I'm leaning towards option 3 or 2. I could be convinced either way, but it seems like, yeah, that we're kind of, we would have so many different spots within the city where we've done this that we might as well just kind of go all in. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember?
I just want to clarify. So when we say we did what? Did we do option 1 for those cars, or did we do option 2?
Just option 1.
Option 1.
Just option 1, which was consistent with SB 5184. Okay, thanks.
Okay, I am option 3. I am also in option 2 because the more I think about, we designed the stationary to be a transit-oriented city with walkable neighborhoods. So I think that option 2 is the way we should go. I strongly, strongly support what Councilmember Pascal said about we need to be proactive and move forward our downtown parking study and our curb management plan, which will affect the work plan both for the Transportation Commission and the Planning Commission. But we should not be passive about this. We should start thinking about how we manage our roadways. So, thank you. Anything else? Up. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want to emphasize one point. It's a little bit nuanced, but it's reinforcing what the mayor and Councilmember Pascal said. I want to emphasize that the results of the parking study, or what we come up with the parking study, may actually impact the question about what we can expect from the market with respect to parking. In other words, if parking costs $2 an hour for overspill, that is going to change the calculus that a developer might make with respect to the number of parking. So I just want to emphasize the point, like, not only do we need to have this in place for when 5184 implementation goes, we should actually be thinking about if there's any examples out there of examples of where there is no parking management and what developers decide. And we've seen that a little bit. We don't have parking management in Kirkland, really, other than hourly limits. And we see developers put more parking in a lot of the examples that we've looked at. How does that change in cities and neighborhoods where they do have paid parking and only paid parking? I'd like to understand that more, and I think we should be thinking about that when we're thinking about this, the parking management bit. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, I appreciate your time. Thank you. That concludes our study session for this evening. We will be back at 7:30 for our regular meeting. All right, we are back in session following a joint meeting with the Park Board and a briefing on state mandated parking code requirements. Before we begin, I want to acknowledge that members of our Muslim community might not be joining us this evening at our council meeting tonight. At sundown, Muslim communities in Kirkland and around the world mark the beginning of Ramadan. We wish all those who celebrate it a blessed and peaceful Ramadan. So this is a very, very special evening. We are so thrilled you all are here. We are now going to acknowledge the Japanese Day of Remembrance with a reading of our city proclamation. Tonight, we are honored to welcome Mrs. Latura, second grade class from Peter Kirk Elementary, as recipients of the proclamation. Can you guys clap so everybody knows you're here? Traditionally, I ask the city manager to introduce the group or individual receiving the proclamation. However, this evening I felt it was especially important to make this introduction personally because each of Ms. Latura's students wrote a letter to me personally requesting that the city honor Fred Korimatsu. Is that right, guys? Did I say it right? Day. Mr. Korimatsu was a Japanese-American civil rights leader who courageously spoke out against the 1942 executive order that led to the incarceration of more than 120,000 people of Japanese descent during World War II. I would like to commend Mrs. Latura for instilling in her students the core values of our city: inclusivity, respect, and welcome for all people. She is teaching them not only history, but also the importance of civic participation and the enduring truth that every voice matters. Thank you, Mrs. Latura and her students, for reminding us that leadership, courage, and commitment to justice can begin at any age. So, Councilmember Tim Chizen is going to read our proclamation this evening, so I'd like all of the students to come forward and stand right in front of me right now, and then we'll do this together.
Spokesperson with a piece of paper.
What?
He's going to say something after you.
Oh, okay. Hello. Hi. Okay. Day of Remembrance of Japanese American Incarceration During World War II, February 19th, 2026. Whereas on February 19th, 1942, shortly after the attack on Pearl Harbor, President Franklin Delano Roosevelt signed Executive Order 9066, which authorized the forced evacuation and incarceration of thousands of loyal United States citizens because of their Japanese ancestry. And whereas on May 20th, 1942, approximately 60 Japanese American families from Bellevue boarded a train in Kirkland bound for a relocation center in Tule Lake in Northern California. And whereas, over 2.5 years from 1942 to 1945, the U.S. government removed Japanese Americans from their homes on the West Coast from states of California, Washington, Oregon, and the Alaskan Territory without due process, and many unable to inform their families, forcing them into internment camps in unfamiliar lands in the states of Montana, New Mexico, and North Dakota. And whereas approximately 7,390 Americans of Japanese descent from Western Washington and Alaska and approximately 120,000 from West Coast were forcibly relocated and incarcerated in concentration camps, enduring miserable conditions and treated by military guards. Whereas, despite these experiences, thousands of young Japanese Americans men enlisted in the U.S. Armed Forces, bravely fighting to defend their nation that was abridging their own freedoms at home.
And whereas President Gerald Ford terminated the order on February 19th, 1976, and the U.S. government in 1988 admitted that the forced evacuation and incarceration of Japanese American families was based on racial prejudice, war hysteria, and a failure of political leadership. And whereas this stain on our history should remind us that we should always stand up for our fellow Americans, and that acknowledgement of past injustices can help bring people together around a recommitment to shared values in our country of civil rights and civil liberties. Now therefore, Mayor Kelly Curtis, on behalf of the City Council, does hereby proclaim February 19th, 2026 as the Day of Remembrance of Japanese Incarceration during World War II in Kirkland, and calls upon the Kirkland community to join in solemn remembrance of the issuance of Executive Order 9066 in 1942, and to commemorate the rescission of that same order on February 19th, 1976.
Hello, my name is Claire Krimkevich. Fred Kromatsu was an inspiring activist who fought against the Japanese internment camps during World War II. I am grateful that my teacher, Miss Latura, taught me about Fred. Thank you to the City of Kirkland for recognizing this great man.
Good job.
Okay. Well, will you receive the proclamation, or who should receive the proclamation? This is for you, my friend. Everybody look here. Look up here. Look up here. Ready? 1, 2. And now fun one. Yeah! All right. Thank you very much.
You can all actually come on up, and we're going to head on out, okay? We're going to, unless you want to pass some legislation. Great job. You guys are wonderful. Nice job. Great job. What a wonderful job. You do a wonderful job.
All right, that was very special, and the room is now clearing. My oldest is turning 30 this year, so I miss those days. All right, this is the time in our meeting when you normally hear from the public. Please limit your remarks to 3 minutes. We will provide up to a total of 45 minutes for our items from the audience, with no more than 6 speakers on a subject, regardless of their position on a subject. To address the council during this items from the audience period, please sign up using the online public comment instruction link or the posted QR code in chambers. For those participating by phone, please dial *9 to be recognized to speak. Items from the audience is an important part of our business meeting, and we ask that everyone be treated with kindness and respect. Please do not clap or applaud or otherwise openly express your agreement or disagreement with the speaker. When that happens, even when supporting a speaker, it can be disruptive of the meeting and discourage others from sharing a different point of view. We discourage people from using obscenities and making personal attacks against others. And we ask that you direct your comments to council, not to staff or audience members. In addition, because they can be disruptive, signs and placards are not allowed in council chambers during our meeting, regardless of their content. Kirkland prides itself on being a respectful, welcoming community. We want everyone to feel like they belong in council chambers expressing their viewpoints. City Clerk, who do we have signed up?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. At this point, we have 7 guests wishing to speak. They all are on site. We'll start with the first 3 in this order. Susan Papalardo, Michael Foy, Louita Hawkinson. Please approach the podium.
Susan, welcome.
Good evening, Mayor Curtis and Deputy Mayor Black and council members. My name is Susan Papalardo, and I'm a 33-year Kirkland resident and the co-founder and president of the nonprofit Splash Forward, whose mission is to support new public aquatic facilities and programs that expand access to aquatics, building essential life skills, community connection, and healthy lifestyles. Yesterday, I sent an email to you sharing the results of a public Peter Kirk Pool winterization survey that we've been running since August last year. As of last night, the survey had 284 responses, of which 82% were from Kirkland. There is a great interest in a covered year-round Peter Kirk pool. The questions and comments that were shared echo many of the same voices you've heard in support of a year-round aquatic facility that would support swim lessons, lap swimming, water aerobics, family fun, water safety training, and high school aquatic team usage. Last March, you received a Splash Forward and Isaac Sports Group analysis report. We explored options for a right-sized indoor 40,000 square foot community aquatic center, shared our vision to develop an Every Second Grader Learns to Swim program, and shared our input on the winterization of Peter Kirk Pool. We worked closely with Lake Washington School District, the city, Wave Aquatics to develop that analysis and provide an informed and ready launch pad for Kirkland's next steps. Given the high cost to the enclosure options for Peter Kirk Pool and the lack of available funding, city staff have prepared options to advance expansion of Kirkland's swim lesson programming and the necessary maintenance and baseline investments in Peter Kirk Pool. These include an extended swim lesson schedule in May and September, upgrading the wading pool to an activity pool, and an expanded bathhouse in addition to extending the life of Peter Kirk Pool. Tonight, we encourage you to ask the following questions. What besides swim lessons can occur during the May and September when you heat the lap pool and provide staffing? What rentals, lap lane hours, fitness classes, water safety training, or pool passes could be offered to expand community access, increase revenue, and improve cost recovery? We also ask, can a third-party operator with experience and capacity reduce the city's cost to operate and staff the pool and run programming during the shoulder months? In addition to swim lessons, what other community programming would be possible in both the activity and lap pool in the summer as well as the extended months? And there are opportunities in that lap pool once you expand programming in the activity pool. Are there opportunities for Lake Washington School District and club aquatic team usage May and September? And how does this benefit Juanita High School pool community programming? The options you direct should fit within what the city can afford, as well as long-term planning for a new year-round aquatic community center. I'm happy to share that we will be running our Every Second Grader Learns to Swim pilot with John Muir Elementary this spring at Juanita High School, serving just over 52 students. Splash Forward is capable and skilled at providing programming and use analysis, and we're committed to working with stakeholders and partners like the school district, the city, and community to understand needs and opportunities for Kirkland. Thank you for your commitment to serving Kirkland's aquatic needs.
Susan, thank you. Michael. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Curtis, Deputy Mayor Black, council members, City Manager Triplett, and Chief St. Jean. This is the first time I've done anything like this, and it's an auspicious day. I'd like to remember my uncle, Richard Nishio, who was put in one of those camps during World War II, and his family, his mother, father, and his grandmother, or his bachan, as he would say. So I think it's an auspicious day that I rise to say this. I'm a 20-year resident of Kirkland, and I'm here because of the safety of our community. It requires the courage of local government to resist tyranny at every level. Federal entities are currently attempting to bypass the Fourth Amendment through use of what they call Forms I-200 and I-205. This is the DHS. Let us be technically clear. These are not judicial warrants. They call them administrative warrants. They are internal agency documents signed by a bureaucrat, not neutral judges, supported by probable cause. No warrant is valid without a judicial finding of this probable cause. These are God-given rights, and we will not allow the rule of the clipboard to replace the rule of law in our own driveways. The city of Kirkland has a moral and legal obligation to act. We must layer local protections over the baseline of the Keep Washington Working Act and other activities at the state level. I am formally requesting that the council implement these specific protocols, and there are three. First, mandatory identity and transparency. Currently, Washington Senate Bill 5855 is being debated and will be in the House tomorrow. I encourage everyone to look at it. And it prohibits or will prohibit law enforcement, including ICE, from wearing masks. Anonymity is the enemy of accountability, but it's the handmaiden of abuse. I demand that the Kirkland Police Department be freed to intercept and log IDs of any federal agents operating in our neighborhoods. If they are on our streets, we must see their faces, we must know their identities. Secondly, there's a strict warrant classification, right? We must recognize that those forms are civil notices only. They do not grant the right of entry into private property, and any attempt to use these forms to breach a home must be treated as a criminal trespass. Third, active police mediation. We ask that Chief St. Jean be able to verify and step in and at least escort these folks out of their jurisdiction if they will not provide such information. Council members, if an unelected bureaucrat can strip a resident of their rights with a piece of paper that they themselves printed, why should any citizen feel obligated to obey the law? I've laid out the legal path to sovereignty, and now I await your courage to walk it. I expect a response on the record at some point, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Loida?
Loida Hawkinson, followed by Ava Spainhauer and Liz Hunt.
I'm Louisa Hawkinson, 50-year resident of Kirkland and a member of Kirkland Heritage Society, and I'm here to address the proclamation tonight. I was so pleased to see all those kids. There's a paver stone, a large paver stone in front of Heritage Hall, and it says, in solemn recognition of the 443 persons of Japanese ancestry residing on the east side who were by Executive Order 9066 evacuated at the Kirkland Railroad Depot on May 20th, 1942. This was installed a long time ago. I would like to have the city acknowledge that that it was 443. It wasn't about over 400. Those were 443 citizens, from babies to elderly people. They all had the stigma. Even if they were babies, they were ripped away from their homes. So they all felt the stigma of it. They largely came from Bellevue, but one family, the Yabuki family, came from Kirkland. It was a family of 8, a mother and a father, and 6 kids. The oldest one had graduated and was at university, graduated from Kirkland High School. The 2 girls had graduated in 1941. The next year they were at camp, but they graduated from Kirkland High School. It's just saw second graders. Third grader was taken from Central School. And then there was one in diapers, and there was one also at Central School, as a little boy. A boy, 14, was at Central School or at junior high. That's these grounds right here. That's Heritage Hall. That's Heritage Park, those areas. Central School was on this property. And I just want them acknowledged. All 6 of them were born in Houghton. And when they left, the 6 kids and the parents, they left a newborn baby that had been born in 1920 and is buried in the Kirkland Cemetery and has a very nice marker that his parents put there 100 years ago. So I'd just like to acknowledge Kirkland had, and they left from Kirkland only because Kirkland had the railroad station where they had sit down. It was covered, protected area. They got their orders in Kirkland as well because it was centrally located. And so I just wanted to acknowledge the Yabuki family. Thank you.
Thank you, Loida, for sharing that history. Ava?
Hello. Good evening, all of you. I am Ava Marie Spainhauer. I'm a sophomore at Nikola Tesla STEM High School, and I am here today upon request of one of your council members to tell you about RAN Marine Technology and my organization, Clean the Waves, which I am founding this year. So my plan for these two organizations is to work with the City of Kirkland, hopefully, if you agree, to help clean up the waterways, starting with Juanita Bay, which I feel has been undertreated. We get toxic algae blooms every year, and this new technology is supposed to neutralize that. It's called the cyanoshark, and I would like to introduce that into the Kirkland waters to hopefully keep our kids safer while they swim and keep our environment healthier to protect the habitats that are all around us. And I wanted to talk about just the organization in general, the RAN Marine Technology. I have been in contact with the head of global sales, and I have actually reached out to all of you, and I've had correspondence with a few of you, and I am really interested in working with you guys to make the Kirkland waterways safer for everybody, not just people, but also all the organisms that live there, and I believe that this is the way we can do it. So there are two models that I'm currently looking at called the Waste Shark Plus and the cyanoshark. So this is an algae neutralizing model, as I said before, as well as a trash collection model. And I think this would be a really good way to help clean up the Kirkland waters. And I just wanted to give you my introduction. I have more to say if anyone would like to meet outside of this. I know I have a meeting with the head of the Surface Water Division, and I'm just really excited to share this with you all. I hope this is promising. I didn't really prepare anything other than my presentations, but I'm really passionate about this. This is something I love. I'm in AP Environmental Science right now, and we just did our water unit, and this is something I really care about. And so I hope all of you will take it into consideration to maybe partner with me in the future, or even just allow me to run this organization in our waters, because I think it really is one of the Go Green things that everyone is talking about. It's promising. They've worked with city councils before, and I think that this could be revolutionary for Kirkland and would really help us in the long run. So, thank you.
Thank you, Ava. I appreciate you being here tonight. Liz Hunt.
Liz Hunt, followed by Nicole McKenzie, Amy Johnson, and Alex Timmerman.
Welcome.
Good evening, council and staff. My name is Liz Hunt, and I want to speak to business item 9D, which is the legislative session update. Specifically, House Bill 2266, which is intended to encourage the creation of housing for people in need in our county. Permanent supportive housing is opening up at the La Quinta, which is now Sheila Stanton Place, and also shelters and the like. Parts of this bill are reasonable. One part, however, I think needs to be amended. This bill is encouraging these special types of housing, and it says that supportive housing and shelters must be treated just like other housing, can be built anywhere that you can build a regular house or a hotel. And this bill would outlaw special agreements, such as the Good Neighbor Agreement that is in place at the La Quinta. But a Good Neighbor Agreement is not a burdensome roadblock to creating this kind of housing. These are actually agreements that help these facilities succeed, and I would say we really want these facilities to succeed. They provide policies for safety, security, on-site staff, and those kinds of matters. Those are good for the neighborhood, but they're also good for the people living in these facilities. So, are these kinds of housing really just like any other housing in the area? I think that having special requirements on these facilities is actually relevant because there are special requirements to get into those facilities. To be at La Quinta, you have to have documented problems and have a need for the facilities and the 24/7 care that's provided at that facility. That's specifically what that facility is for, to help you get back on your feet. And you need some help with that. So I would say that folks in favor of this bill would probably say, well, of course there's going to be rules at facilities like this. But it says right in this bill that you cannot have special requirements on these facilities and special agreements. And I think that's a failing of that bill. So this isn't only for the La Quinta, because the city in our comprehensive plan has committed to the county that we can accommodate 24 more La Quintas in the next 18 years. And so these rules that we're putting in place now are going to affect more than just one facility. So I encourage you to encourage the folks in Olympia to address that one piece of that 22-page bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Liz, and we will be talking about that bill later this evening. Nicole?
Thank you, and good evening, Council. I'm here to talk tonight about Peter Kirk Pool. You guys might find this surprising coming from me, but I strongly encourage you to find a way to cover Peter Kirk Pool. I appreciate that you're trying to be cost conscious, and that's something that my husband and I have both said repeatedly in prior measures to build a brand new facility. Hey, you're going over the top. You're doing more than is necessary, and asking the citizens to provide and spend a lot more money than we really need to do. So I appreciate that you're looking at the cost and how to be cost effective. And I would say the way that we have found money to spend on things that citizens of Kirkland have not asked for, far more than what we're asking or what we're projecting would be needed to repair and cover Peter Kirk Pool. I think for something that the citizens of Kirkland have been asking for decades now, we need to find a way to do it. And it can be done. And I encourage you to do it. The citizens of Kirkland will support this. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we have Amy next.
Hi, my name is Amy Johnson. I've been a resident of Kirkland for 31 years. I went to Rose Hill Elementary, Stella Scola, and Rose Hill Junior High, Lake Washington. And after going to college in California, I gladly came back. I've actually been in contact with Deputy Mayor Black regarding the charging stations at the South Kirkland Park and Ride. They were vandalized quite a while ago, and I've been in contact, and Councilmember Black as well has been in contact with both the King County Department of Transit as well as the charge point manufacturers as well. We've had kind of some contact, but not as much progress as we would like. I'm an endurance cyclist, so they have their work cut out for them, so I'll always keep following up with them, and I'll keep Deputy Mayor Black informed. But I just wanted to kind of come here and use this opportunity as a resident and say I'm actually very proud of living in Kirkland. A kind of fortuitous byproduct of having the charging cables cut is I rely more on public transit and just walking into Kirkland and using the buses too. So from going to using the greater Seattle area to really investing in my community, it's been extremely rewarding and enlightening. I've taken all my yoga classes at Solar U. I've taken candle making classes at the Remendant. I've done cooking classes at Sur La Table. I've done a poetry reading at the bookstore on Market. I go to the library all the time. I shop at Met Market. I go to Kitchen and Market. So I think what we have here is really special. And I think as much as we can to invest in our local community and invest in what the residents here have that are currently living here. So I just wanted to actually just say thank you to y'all for your service and your commitment to our community. I think just in reference to Kirkland and its history, Peter Kirk, I'm glad he failed in his industrialist dream and that we have beautiful waterfront parks. And I'm actually very excited to hear that there's projects with remediation of the waterfront, because we know that it's kind of a bummer when you can't go swimming at our beautiful beaches. But I think now we have more types of insidious pollution going on in our country, specifically with isolation, nativism, and just ultimately what's all based in fear. So I just want to express my gratitude in all of you and just encourage everybody to keep being motivated in these challenging times, because I really appreciate where I live and what you folks do. Yeah, so that's all. But yeah, thanks, folks, and it's been a pleasure just having this opportunity to speak with everybody.
Thank you, Amy. All right, I think our last speaker is Alex Zimmerman.
Hi, my name is Alex Zimmerman. I have very good news for you. Yeah. Minnesota and state Washington staying together right now, approximately, for my understanding, for $100 billion. Yeah. So I don't want to speak exactly about $100 billion, but what I want to speak is about King Country Housing Authority, because Board of Director, Commissioner Black here. Yeah. And with his approval, we give a government apartment, what is supposed to be belong to U.S. citizen. And we have executive order from Trump about this. Yeah. But he approved something for a few thousand people who don't have ever document. So for my understanding, when we go to this $100 billion stealing money, so for my understanding, he's a part of crime. Because stealing money, give people money, American citizen money, to people who don't have document or have something what is not real document. This is a crime. And he, by definition, supposed to be arrested because it's a crime. So this is number one. And number two, what is for me very interesting, he gave me trespass for 6 months after I come to committee. King Country Housing Authority meeting every month and speak about my opinion about this, and I do in everything legal. So, and because he's attorney for 30 years, for my understanding, so it look to me nothing different from 1,000 attorney what has have experience in state Washington. So crook by definition, better, little bit better than car dealer, used car dealer. So I bring to you U.S. Supreme Court decision to you into mayor. Yes, to copy. This decision about U.S. Supreme Court, so you cannot give trespass to people in future. And exactly when they talking for 3 minutes, by definition, it's a crime. So you are a criminal, you are a thief, you are supposed to be something doing to him about this. So I give this definition to you. It is black and white, U.S. Supreme Court decision. Future trespass not possible. When you have 3 minutes, civilized speak. You understand? It's not too much worried me because I have 7,000 right now trespasses from Democrat, from this commie Nazi fascist pig. What is don't want listen my 3 minutes. Kirkland super. You are best. You only one who don't give me trespass. So I want to give this copy to professional attorney. Yeah. And to you. Viva Trump, viva New American Revolution, stand up. Stand up, poor and happy cow. Yeah, thank you very much.
All right, we are now closing items from the audience.
To who I can give to you?
And we are moving on to special presentations, which is our annual update from the Kirkland Downtown Association Board President Cassandra Joyner, City Manager. It's all right. I know, my timing was terrible.
Slightly distracted. So I think you said it all. We're excited to have the Kirkland Downtown Association here to present. As you know, they do a lot of wonderful community building for us in the city of Kirkland, especially downtown, and to report on their 2025 accomplishments. Here is our KDA Board President, Cassandra Joyner. I'll note that she received an award at our recent Chamber of Commerce Awards thing, her and her partner. So excited to see that as well.
Congratulations. Ooh, pretty slides, yay.
All right, hello there. Nice to see you all this evening. Mayor Curtis, Deputy Mayor Black, all the council members, staff. Thank you all for being here tonight and for letting me come speak and present our year-end recap. I will be sharing about our 2025 year. It was a lot of celebrated, meaningful wins. We worked through a lot of challenges and laid the groundwork for an even stronger 2026. In 2025, the Kirkland Downtown Association focused on 3 core priorities: business development, community events, and beautification. Even without a full-time employee, our working board remained deeply engaged in day-to-day work of supporting downtown. We prioritized consistent monthly reporting, merchant communication, and proactive engagement initiatives to ensure downtown businesses felt supported and informed. A key part of our success was strong collaboration with the city's economic development and parks departments. The partnership that amplified our impact and strengthened our abilities to activate downtown in meaningful ways. To give you a snapshot of our impact, in 2025, we generated over 1,200 volunteer hours. We engaged 97 Clean Sweep volunteers. We welcomed more than 30,000 attendees across all of our events, and we brought in 282 new volunteers. These numbers represent more than attendance. They represent energy, economic activity, and community pride in downtown Kirkland. Our signature programs continue to thrive. The Kirkland Wednesday Farmers Market remained strong with a weekly draw of residents and visitors. We successfully placed and operated a downtown ice rink on the Peter Kirk Field at the Lee Johnson Baseball Field, a major logistical effort that created a vibrant winter activation and brought families downtown during traditionally slower months. Our summer concerts were once again a highlight, drawing strong attendance and reinforcing downtown as a gathering place. These events not only create memorable experiences, they directly support our local businesses by increasing foot traffic and visibility. Beyond the events, we focused heavily on merchant engagement. Through monthly merchant meetings, newsletters, social media updates, and vacancy tracking, we maintained consistent communication with downtown businesses. Our goal is always to ensure merchants feel connected, informed, and supported. One of the most visible and rewarding initiatives each year is the annual Clean Sweep. This effort, led by dedicated board members and volunteers, has a lasting impact on the appearance and pride of our downtown environment. Beautification may not always be flashy, but is fundamental to economic vitality. 2025 was also a year of learning for all of us. Operating without a full-time employee required our board to truly roll up their sleeves. It reinforced the importance of clear processes, strong partnerships, and shared leadership. We also made important improvements in our permitting approach. After navigating challenges in 2024, we hired a professional events company to ensure more accurate and streamlined permitting. The adjustment has strengthened our operational capacity for moving forward. These lessons positioned us for a more sustainable and organized future. Of course, the KDA would not be what we are without our amazing volunteer-ran board members, as you can see on our screen. We are a working board made up of local business owners, real estate professionals, and community members who actively contribute their time, expertise, and leadership. Their commitment is the reason the KDA continues to move forward during transitional periods and why we continue to strive for excellence. Downtown success is a truly shared effort of all of us and everybody really here, and even community members. Looking ahead to 2026, we are focused on early planning and strong execution. The first part of the year includes submitting permits, securing sponsorships, recruiting vendors, and finalizing logistics. We present our annual report, continue promoting upcoming events, and prepare for clean sweep and summer activations. Our goal is to stay ahead of timelines and build momentum early in the year. As we move into summer and fall, our concerts, Wednesday markets, and additional activations will be in full swing. We will finalize permitting for Winterfest and the ice rink well in advance, ensuring smoother operations and stronger coordination with city departments. Planning and promotion for Small Business Saturday, Winterfest, and winter activations will begin months before execution, creating more strategic marketing and sponsorship opportunities. By late fall and winter, our goal is to bring back the ice rink through January, which I think was a big hit this last year, celebrate Small Business Saturday, and host Winterfest and the tree lighting, continuing to drive economic activity during the holiday season, which has always been something we've been focused on and trying to improve, so hopefully that was very welcomed. In closing, 2025 demonstrated resilience, collaboration, and growth for the Kirkland Downtown Association. We strengthened partnerships, improved processes, and continued delivering meaningful community experiences that support the downtown businesses. We are excited for what 2026 holds and remain committed to ensuring downtown Kirkland continues to thrive as a heart of our community. Thank you for the partnership and for being a part of the downtown success this past year and for many years to come. We very much appreciate all of your support.
Thank you, Cassandra. Well done. And thank you to you and your board for all the hard work and the big difference that you make in our downtown community. And congratulations on the ice rink. It was a fabulous success. So we're really proud of the work that you're doing. So thank you.
Thank you. That really means a lot to us. We'll continue to strive to make you guys proud. Thank you.
Councilmember Falcone, you have some comments?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, Cassie and Chrissy, thank you. And Christian, thank you so much. You definitely are a very hard-working volunteer board. So thank you for all that you do to just bring our community together, to help with economic vitality, as you mentioned, but also just to bring community together with these events. It's and all that you do in supporting our businesses in the downtown core. I have to say, as chair of the Tourism Development Committee, that I'm really proud of the city's support of some of the work with the ice rink, the summer concerts, and the Wednesday markets. And so I'm thrilled to see those events continue. I also just want to give a shout out. I mean, that ice rink really, really was, it was beautiful. It was beautifully executed. It was just something that really made Kirkland proud. And I've heard so much positive feedback from not just Kirklanders, but people from around the region who came to Kirkland. So well done. A special kudos to Leanna. I know worked incredibly hard on that, and Garrett as well. So thank you to them. I know we've thanked them before, but just kudos. I recognize some of the pictures on the screen here from my iPhone. Those are, just really proud moments for our city, and I really appreciate those partnerships. I know many of us, too, enjoy the annual Clean Sweep, and again, you mentioned economic vitality, but it's also a great community building opportunity for folks, so thank you for doing that. And I would just add on your timeline, don't forget to apply for the TDC grant as well.
That is true. High on our list. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. It's very nice of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Cassandra. We appreciate you taking the time to be here tonight.
Of course. Thank you, everybody. Thanks for your time tonight.
All right. We are going to move on to our consent calendar. Before we have a motion, I'd like to ask Deputy Mayor Black to present audit of accounts and to highlight the proclamation we have on consent.
Well, thank you, Madam Mayor. We had payroll in the amount of $7,563,496.06 and bills in the amount of $12,261,979.28. Also tonight, the mayor, on behalf of the City Council, proclaims February 17th, 2026 as Lunar New Year in Kirkland. Lunar New Year is traditionally a time for family gatherings and embracing the hope of prosperity and good fortune in the year ahead. Please join us at the city's annual Lunar New Year celebration on February 28th, starting at 2:00 p.m. at the Peter Kirk Community Center.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Or is there a motion to approve the consent calendar? So moved.
Second.
It's been moved by Councilmember Falcone, second by Councilmember Black. Are there any questions, comments? What's your name? Councilmember Falcone.
I don't know, I dropped my name tag earlier, so. Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just have some comments on item 8H2. This is Resolution R 5720, adopting the 2026 to 2027 Transportation Commission Work Plan. During our last council meeting and also during tonight's study session, several council members gave feedback on wanting to see really wanting to prioritize curb management planning as well as downtown parking studies. And so rather than pull this item and, propose a further discussion and delay the approval of this work plan, I'd like to ask the city manager your thoughts on perhaps discussing this at our upcoming council retreat. Maybe it can be something that could be pitched during hot topics and that we could follow up during our budget discussion. My understanding is some of this work will take some money to do, right? But I just want to make sure that we're moving forward with it, even though we would be adopting this plan, that maybe it would be amended, or maybe it would be something that would come straight to council later.
Thank you. I think you've definitely outlined all the possible choices. The way staff interpreted the conversation was you didn't take anything off the Transportation Commission work plan, and the things that you asked about, like the curb management, were additional funding that wasn't yet in the budget. So how we looked at that is that's something that we could bring to you in the budget process, or council can ask for it to come as an individual item. So under hot topics in the retreat coming up on February 27th, we could talk about this a little bit. We also have our May council retreat, which is the fiscal retreat, where we look for direction from council as to things that you want to see done. We also have our mid-buy budget process, where we come to you in June with tweaks to both the budget and to the capital projects. So we felt like we could accomplish, if the council wants to prioritize that and fund a study like that, which they both sort of fall in the several $100,000 category, that those would be the right times to do it and not necessarily as a Transportation Commission work program item. So.
Thank you very much, City Manager.
Thank you, Councilmember Falcone and City Manager. The question is on the motion to approve the consent calendar. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0. All right, we are now moving on to our first business item, which is a discussion of the Peter Kirk Pool closure. City Manager.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. So we did start to talk about this a little bit during our study session with the Park Board, as this was one of the topics they cared about. This is a follow-up to conversation we had in 2025 about what actions could we take to begin to increase the number of swim lessons provided, particularly at the Peter Kirk Pool, and potential options for eventually covering the pool. So we are looking for some feedback and direction for the council tonight on some of the options we have in front of you. Here to give you the presentation is our Parks and Community Services Deputy Director, John Lloyd, and we'll be looking for your feedback at the end.
John, do you have any embedded video in this presentation? Because that was pretty impressive.
I do not have any embedded video. I do have some photos.
The bar has been raised.
They probably aren't as good. Good evening, Madam Mayor, Deputy Mayor Black, City Council members, City Manager. Tonight I'm here to discuss, as you heard, to continue our discussion on the Peter Kirk Pool enclosure with a focus on increasing swim lesson capacity. As a little preview for what we're going to talk about tonight, I'm going to provide a little bit of background and context on this. It's not going to be the full 20-year history of the need for a pool within Kirkland, but a little bit more of our recent history. I'll give you a preview of what we're going to recommend, and then we'll go into detail of all those recommendations, which include other options to expand our swim lesson, some of our funding opportunities, as well as kind of relooking at the enclosure options. And then we'll talk about next steps. So a little bit of background. I want to frame the conversation with some of this background data. Some of it on the slide here just provides some context about what we can currently serve with our existing pool. So this is all from last year, 2025 data. Last year we had a capacity of just under 2,500 people for swim lessons. We saw about an 80% registration rate, which is about average for our swim lessons, to about 1,990 people. Unfortunately, there was still a giant wait list at the end of the summer of over 4,600 people. And on that list, there were 766 unique people across all the wait lists. The reason we can't fill all the classes to 100% is just based on the people moving between levels and just people dropping out of classes and whatnot on short notice. where we don't often get all the spots filled at the last minute. Additionally, we use the pool for open swim, approximately 31 hours a week, and lap swim, another 15 hours a week. Most recently, we've discussed the option of enclosing the pool. Following the ballot measure a couple years ago, we initiated a study to explore prefabricated options at a lower cost than building a whole brand new stand-up facility. We presented that study on March 3rd of last year, and then we came back again in July to provide some additional refined options from all the data that was presented in that big study. At the time in July, we were still waiting on a couple funding questions. There was a grant application that we had pending with the county that unfortunately we did not get. And then there was the King County ballot measure, which included a significant pass-through funding portion for this pool, which did pass. So we do have some answers to some of the funding questions that were left unknown back in July, back in July, that we will provide an update here. So a little sneak preview of what our recommendation is, which is also in the memo. We are proposing to extend the swim lesson season to utilize the shoulder in May and September to just expand the capacity a little bit. We are proposing renovating the wading pool and turning that into a larger activity pool. And then we are also recommending that we proceed with the design phase for that work, which we would come back to council with incremental milestone design updates. Any of the proposals tonight do not preclude us from doing an enclosure in the future, or now if you want to. So just want to put that out there. But to clarify that, an enclosure is not part of our recommendation at this time. Like I said earlier, one of the primary drivers for this conversation and for the ongoing work is to expand our swim lesson capacity. With such a huge wait list every year, and that number sounds kind of low because it does get upwards of 9,000 and 10,000 people at the peak of the summer. We just have a huge demand that we cannot meet in the small season that we have available. Looking at things, what staff have done is proposed a extended swim lesson season, adding 2 additional sessions in May and 2 additional sessions in September. And a session is one of those like 2-week lesson blocks, or yeah, they're either 2 weeks on Monday through Thursday or Saturday, Sunday, 2 weeks in a row. What we could do with this extended lesson season is add capacity for a little over 1,000 people, which again, based on that 80% capacity rate, we're projecting to be about 850 people that we would be able to add in that May and September window. This is utilizing the current pool configuration. So this is using the main lap pool and the small wading pool. This is a scaled down version of a normal swim lesson session. So instead of 9 to 11 different groups at one time, there's 5. So it is a smaller start, but that gives us room to grow. It also lets us figure out if that's what the community wants. This would equate to about a 42% increase in capacity for our swim lessons for about $28,000 in net expense. The expense that we're showing is utilities and chemicals to maintain the water, staffing to manage the pool, as well as swim lesson instructors and lifeguards. Question?
John, maybe we'll pause with each of these and see if there's any, is there any questions on the extended swimming lesson season? Okay, I have one.
Okay.
My daughter taught swim lessons. She wore a wetsuit frequently because it's chilly in June. So were we planning on increasing the temperature of the pool in this extended season?
We would keep the pool warm. We already keep the water pretty warm as is. We keep it about 85, 86 degrees, which is warmer than most pools. So we would keep it as warm as we can within reason.
Okay.
So.
Thank you. Oh, Councilmember Falcone?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I had a similar question, and so thank you for your answer on that. I do support the extended swimming season, but I do have similar concerns about the weather, especially given that like a lot of the target population for this will be in school still, right, during some of this extended, these extended months. And so I think it was mentioned in the memo, it would be like evenings and weekends for a lot of it, which it'll be chillier in those evenings, right? Than I mean, I've been with my kids in July and August in the morning, and sometimes it's a little bit chilly for them. So I'm just wondering what if we are thinking through kind of what the contingency plans would be if we don't get enrollment, or are there things that we could do to, I don't know, have like warmers on the side or something?
Yeah, we could explore putting some pop-up tents or some heaters out there to help keep folks warm in those seasons. Again, not knowing what the weather looks like or what it would actually be like, it's going to be a learning opportunity for all of us.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, thank you. Thank you for this one.
To clarify, we wouldn't be able to start this year. This would be something we propose in the budget for next year. Based on the timing it takes to hire and get everyone onboarded, we're already well into that to get folks ready for May or for June. So that's where that would be.
Thank you for that.
Additionally, we are also proposing renovating and eliminating the current wading pool with a larger, more functional activity pool. The study included a few different concept designs, which are shown on the screen. And I just want to reiterate, these are just concepts. Nothing has been fully designed. But whatever does get designed would have swim lessons in mind. So we would really try to make this this pool very intentional for swim lessons. Some of the features that I've built in other pools, and you can kind of see it on the right side picture, I'm actually going to try and show it, is a little underwater bench, which is great for the little kids to stand in the water, but still be in the water. All three of these options would be more fun. They all of them show a basketball hoop and a volleyball net, and so they just be a little bit more ways to activate the pool deck and get folks using the water. And you can really kind of see how small the current wading pool is compared to any of those larger activity pools. So like I mentioned, there would be the underwater bench. We could also use the pool for hydrotherapy classes or any deep water exercise or shallow water exercise classes, in addition to those just kind of fun activities that I mentioned earlier. So with this activity pool, this also increases swim lesson capacity. In our small wading pool, we can only fit about 2 groups, and they're generally the smallest groups. We're projecting, again, depending on which pool and what the pool gets designed, but any of these options up here, our aquatic staff have a pretty good feeling they could fit an additional 2 groups in that, and so that adds another 22% capacity of our swim lessons, again, just in the current summer months. So if you do the next slide, actually. So I think I'm there. I am there. Okay. Any questions on the activity pool?
Let's take a pause here. Councilmember Falcone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, thank you for mentioning the additional swim lesson capacity here. As you heard our comments during the study session, that's the lens of the park board and the lens of many of us as well, wanting to make sure that that's the focus and that's the goal, in addition to obviously safety and maintenance and those things, of course, with some of the maintenance that needs to be done. Can you speak to like what your ideas are on how to make that happen? Because it's the pool now, obviously it's very shallow, right? And it is, like you said, very small. So are we talking like much deeper so that the older kids can do it? Because I think of like, I know with my kids, that little pool is like, there's like a sweet spot around like a year old, right? And before that, they're kind of with mom or dad or grandma or grandpa in the big pool. After that, they're taking swim lessons in the big pool because that shallow depth is really good for, dunking your head under and getting comfortable. Blowing bubbles, right? And learning the ice cream scoops. But anyway, so can you speak to that a little bit more about what you would like to see in the design to make sure that we really are maximizing additional swim lesson capacity?
Yeah, I mean, there's a variety of options you can do. The one on the left here shows a zero entry ramp where you basically get to switch back and go in and out. So there's a lot of different options we could do to make it easier to get into. I wouldn't do a beach entry where it's the full zero entry because that would literally take the entire length of the pool before you get to like 2 feet deep. So that's why you see those kind of carved away like that, because there are rules and regulations. I think we could probably reasonably get a pool that's 3 to 4 feet or 4 to 5 feet deep at the most, but have a good significant shallow area. Like if you want to play water basketball or volleyball, you don't want it to be 5 feet deep where you're having to work to get out of the water all the time. But you also want it to be beneficial for those younger swim lessons. So I think it would have a variety of different areas and spaces. And like you can see in some of the different options, like this lower area could be deeper on this one option here, and this area is more shallow for more play. So you really can do a whole lot with it. And I think what we would do is just work with our aquatics team to figure out what exactly we need to accommodate the most, to have the most flexibility. Because I want to make sure that we can accommodate the most lessons, but also to make sure it's useful when we're not doing swim lessons, and that folks actually want to use that pool. So,
Councilmember Pascal?
Yeah, thank you. My question kind of builds off of that. I was thinking that, I know these three concepts are just for visualization kind of examples, but it got me thinking about let's say that we do want to move forward with that activity pool replacement. How would you reach an agreement on what type of design? Because I'm assuming that, there's a lot of, there's trade-offs, right, that you just discussed. So that's something that I'd be interested in thinking about, if we move forward, is how to navigate that. And I know I would rely upon the aquatic experts for that, but also want to weigh in on the trade-offs, right, of priorities.
certainly.
And then the last thing was you developed a cost estimate that's before us for this option of adding an activity pool. Did you pick the most expensive option for that? Because I would assume each one of these are probably different price points.
These were based on the consultants' estimates from last time, and they gave us just kind of a rough number because nothing had been designed yet.
Okay.
So it is a real ballpark estimate.
Yeah, so if a more expensive version was picked, that cost could go up.
Probably. We would work with whatever the budget is and work with the designer to come up with different options that work and present those different trade-offs as we go. Because I think you don't know what's possible or what you can't get away with until you know what you can get away with. So I would rely on the architects and the experts just like everyone else would. I've got ideas, but they're going to be able to tell me, oh, you need to have this much depth before you can get 2 feet deep, because there's all sorts of rules and regulations that.
Yeah, no, I fully understand that. I just want to make sure I understand kind of the assumptions and process moving forward if we decide to go down this path. Thank you.
Anyone else? So I see that we're trying to maximize our footprint here, and we're moving towards the senior center and taking up some of that grass space. So assuming if council wants to move forward with this, which we'll talk about later, how long and what would be the process for how we move through this?
We would start, we would go out and get under a design contract with a consultant. They would come back and give us some options. And then I'm guessing construction would be about I think we could get it done in an off season.
Okay, that was one of my questions.
That's a guess, to be honest. I'm sure with other work going on around the scene, like incremental, but.
Okay.
And I could be completely wrong, but I think you should be able to get that done in 8-9 months.
Okay, thank you.
So that's the two major components of our recommendation at this point. So like I mentioned, the expanded swim lesson season would add another 42% swim lesson capacity. If we are able to renovate the wading pool into an activity pool, we project that would add another 22% capacity, and that's just in the summer. And so if we did the fringe season, it might even add more. And like I mentioned, that shoulder season is starting small. So there is room for growth in that. One of our concern, and the reason why we are starting small, is because, as previously mentioned during public comment tonight, we do rely on a lot of part-time high school and college students as lifeguards. So we don't know what the challenge would be to find enough staff to run that pool to teach those lessons. Obviously, there's other opportunities. If you're heating the pool and maintaining it, we could open the pool for other opportunities such as lap swimming or just more open swim. Concern there just being just having the capacity to do so. So, yeah. So our recommendation. This is the budget that was shown in the memo to renovate the wading pool, expand the bathhouse to accommodate the loss of, update the mechanical system so that both pools are separate. In doing that, we're probably going to lose some of the guard space in the current guard building. So we would expand the bathhouse to include all gender restrooms as well as additional space for the guards. Based on the estimates from last year, and these are last year's estimates, it's a little over $10 million. And like I said earlier, you could enclose the pool in the future with any of these options. Diving into the potential funding sources, this is a little different than you'll see in the memo based on a property acquisition that we're proposing a little later tonight. So the neighborhood impact fees number here is missing one of those line items because we're proposing to use that for something else already at this point. But have a little over $4 million in our current pool CIP project budget. And you can see what that's made up of there. What is not in that project yet is the just under $2.5 million from King County Parks levy that we received, or that was in that package. There is an additional $1.9 million in neighborhood park land acquisition fees coming into next year's budget. The one thing I do want to put the caveat on that is if we use all of our impact fees, while impact can be used for expansion, it does limit our ability to expand other parkland. So, and then the biggest source of funding that wasn't available when we discussed this last summer was the potential debt capacity for which was intended for Houghton Village. So, as City Manager outlined in the previous discussion, that would be a potential $10.5 million available towards the pool, which brings the total up to around $19 million of available funding. And to compare that side by side, because that's what I like to do, we do feel like there is adequate funding to begin the design phase. It would at least give us a better, tighter cost estimate and determine what those options could be. I think with that, again, pulling out the enclosure only prices for reference, we looked at the estimates from last time and these were just the enclosure only. This doesn't include any of the other soft costs or other infrastructure that might be required with an enclosure. But in case you were wondering, the activity pool alone is just under $5 million to enclose with the open air style enclosure. The lap pool is just under $12 million. Again, my estimate is those numbers have gone up a little bit because it's been a year. The other option that was presented last year was the sprung structure, which is like, I'm going to describe it as a big tent. Cover the entire pool for a little under, or just over $7.5 million.
Okay.
So with that, we are seeking your direction on how you'd like us to proceed. We are going to continue using the funding we have to continue the repairs that are necessary. This past off season, if you notice, the pool was drained for a little bit, and we did have some folks in the bottom of the pool replacing our drain covers. So that did use a little bit of that $4 million because we had to replumb and repipe the main pool so that the drains are compliant. So yeah.
Okay.
Questions?
Councilmember Prim.
Just had an overarching statement and then a question. I do think that having an overarching cover enclosure on the pool would provide the real public benefit where we could increase the number of people getting swim lessons and really providing the community with the full benefit of a pool year round. And so my question is, if we were to do this in a staged approach where we do this $10.1 million investment first and then go to stage 2 and close it, are there any sunk costs that would be part of this $10.1 million?
For the enclosure?
Yeah.
Yes. Again, if you're comparing to what we presented last year, yes, because a lot of the stuff we included in those $17 to $32 million included a lot of the work that's included in this. So it's a lot of the mechanical and infrastructure work. So this $10 million is basically getting the pool up and running so it lasts into the future and it could just run for a while. So there'd be a few other things that we'd have to do with an enclosure, like HVAC and things like that to make sure that we actually have air moving in that inside the space, but there wouldn't be a ton more cost, I don't believe, if I understand your question.
Okay, so there would not be any sunk costs. So if we were to move forward with an enclosure now, then we would have had to do these things anyways.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Can I just, one small clarification, the $3 million for the wading pool replacement wouldn't necessarily be something, that'd be a choice to create the activity pool. But other than that, yes, all the rest of it would be done in any scenario. But if you also did the activity pool, you could cover that as well, so it doesn't impact the decision one way or the other except the cost.
Got it. Okay, thank you.
So the costs are additive.
We wouldn't lose anything by not doing an enclosure now.
Yeah. All right.
Other than time and inflation.
All right. I know you all have many questions and thoughts. Councilmember Falcone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, thank you again, John and team, for bringing this forward. I feel like this is, the mayor mentioned earlier, decade-long plus. I mean, I remember, just being a community member, when the ballot measure a decade or so ago was put forth to voters. So I'm glad we're continuing this conversation. It is really important. I'm glad we're trying to figure out the right size approach for our community. And so I think we're headed in a good direction. As I shared earlier, I do share the park board lens of really wanting to make sure that we maximize swim lesson capacity. I think that other things are great, but I think that that should be our primary focus. I am intrigued by their phased approach, like Councilmember Prem was mentioning with her line of questioning. So I have a couple questions, and then I'll share some more of my thoughts. You mentioned a little bit about the opportunity cost with the land acquisition. Can you speak a little bit more to what else would potentially be bumped? Do we have specific projects or areas of projects in addition to land acquisition that could be bumped?
Anything that could count towards capacity building, and will admit that I am not the best at understanding that rule, because I could say that a restroom adds capacity, but I don't think we interpret it the same way as the law. Are there any specific projects that I should be aware of?
I'm not 100% clear on the question. Do you mean, are there other projects we could defund to add to pool funding?
Just with the existing funding, we heard some comments from the park board tonight about opportunity cost with the funding, the current funding proposal for paying for this, that there just were some opportunity costs, that there were other opportunities that would not move forward or would be delayed.
Right, and right now, the only thing that we'd be potentially looking at is land acquisition. There's no other project that would be negatively impacted in any way. This would strictly pull land acquisition funding. A lot of our primary priorities for parks projects is infrastructure, so we can't use impact fees for that anyway.
Great, thank you so much. That's helpful clarification. I appreciate that. Well, like I said, my focus being on increasing swim lesson capacity. I think we're pretty much all in agreement, at least based on the discussions we've had over the months and years, of the improvements that need to happen, that $7 million or so that needs to happen in the improvements. I would like us to still consider whether the best short and long-term approach to increasing swim lesson capacity is just renovating the activity pool, or would it be better to do a phased approach to first cover the larger pool? The larger pool has a lot more capacity for swim lessons, has a lot more potential for usage and revenue with swim teams, and I think of like as we heard earlier tonight, the programs such as every second grader learns how to swim, that could happen year round, and so I'm interested more in enclosure than improving the activity pool. But I don't want to take that option off the table. I do think there's pros and cons to both, and I think during the budget discussion, I'd really want to understand. I see the numbers in front of us, but I also know that the numbers are a little bit fuzzy right now. So I would like to have a better understanding of really what our trade-offs are, right? Like if we were to do the $7 million of improvements and cover the large pool versus do the $7 million of improvements and to create the activity pool. I understand it'd be more expensive to cover the lap pool than to redo the activity pool. However, we could still put that towards it, and I feel like we should at least discuss whether that would give us more bang for our buck, right, with what our goals are. So I'd like to still keep that option on the table during our budget discussions. I also thank you so much for bringing up the family restrooms, the all-gender restrooms. All of us are, appreciate that we're going to do that. I'm just going to say it again because I say it every time we talk about this, that I really want to make sure we have an adult-size changing table in there. That's something that's really important. That we're not hearing from, hundreds of residents on, but we're hearing from those who are most impacted. That would make a really big difference for folks in our community who have disabilities that require diapering needs. That would make the pool accessible to them, whereas it otherwise is not today. So
very much so.
Thank you so much.
Councilor Pascal?
Thank you. So yeah, thanks, John and team, for this. Just a question and some comments. The first question is, I just want to make sure I'm super clear on this recommended scope of work. You call, under construction, you have the wading pool replacement. Is that the activity pool? Okay.
Yes, sir. I use different terminology.
Okay. I saw that. I'm like, okay, maybe I read that So it includes the activity pool and one of maybe those examples that you showed earlier. Okay. For me, kind of where I'm at with this is, I think that we've heard from the community the desire for additional investment in year-round aquatics. I think what you've presented here are some kind of right-sized, thoughtful options. I'm supportive of moving forward with this scope of work. However, the things that I'm looking for to clarify and or add on would be to consider a planning, design, engineering that would also include enclosure options so that we could kind of have more information in which to make some of these decisions that Councilmember Falcone identified. And so I'd like to see that phase of this work program include the enclosure as well so that we could make a better.
We could do it as an ad alternate or something like that.
Yeah, and that could include either the activity pool and or the lap pool, but we would have more information, better costs in which to make that decision. And then at the same time, I'd like us, and I'd like the city manager to bring back options, funding options, during the budget cycle or down the road on kind of what that would look like. So I'm saying I'm supporting this, but I would like those add-ons there to both design the enclosure and to look at options and how to fund that. So we're phasing it, we're moving forward with this, but we're also still considering the enclosure option. That's where I'm at.
Okay. Thank you.
Councilmember Arnold?
Thank you. Thank you, John. Really appreciate the creativity in looking at things like the extended schedule. And even since what we read in the packet, it looks like your net cost of that has dropped for the extended lessons. So that seems like something that is really worth it for tens of thousands of dollars to move forward, and appreciate that creativity. As we look at phasing of this, I think moving forward with the activity pool and all of the other upgrades that need to happen make some sense, and then look at covering in future phases. As we look at the details for this, a couple things that I would like to see. One is a timeline that says, as we're designing the activity pool, when do we get to make the decisions, and how do we plug the park board into that so that they're weighing in on the recommendations before things even get to us? As was mentioned in your previous question, we really would want to see this done during the off-season, and would like to see the timeline of how that decision-making process works and what are the deadlines to be able to do the construction during the off-season, because the whole point is to make capacity, and I don't want to lose summer in the existing pool. And then for funding, it's great that we have a variety of sources that can cover this. It is, for me, it is one thing to say, okay, we're not doing any land acquisition if we were going to say, well, this would meet all of our needs and then close the pool. I'm less willing to raid the land acquisition budget for the mechanical upgrades and the activity pool, so want to look at other options for that. It's great that we may have some debt capacity that could be done councilmanically for this, but would want to look at different options as we move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Black?
Well, thank you, Madam Mayor. So I don't need to add to what we've already heard. I agree with a lot of the observations and questions and ideas. I do want to ask a couple questions. They might be for parks, but they also might be the city manager. So on the King County Parks levy dollars, and there's two different sources, are there any time constraints on either of those funding sources? Oh, no. Your parks director has.
Sorry, I just spoke to King County last week. They are going to put a timeline on that pass-through funding, the $2.5 million that they earmarked for Kirkland. And if we're going to work out an agreement with King County on how we would get that funding in on what timeline. So if we have that agreement in place, hopefully that mitigates their timeline requirement. But they were hoping that, like if they don't see action by 2028, they could release that funding and put it into a grant pool. Sorry, fresh off the presses there.
My answer would have been by the end of the levy, but so that's good, good clarification.
Okay, good. And there's also there's a state direct appropriation of $15,000. How about that one?
That one there is definitely usually if you haven't done something in several years, they come asking for it back. So, but there's not a specific deadline yet.
Okay. And then as far as, so this seems like, so you've heard a lot of different, you've heard a lot of different ideas from my colleagues, and a lot of it is we want to explore kind of multiple paths and more with more detail. City Manager, are you imagining now this is probably an issue paper in the 27-28 proposed budget? And it might be a good thing because that's an opportunity for the public to read that issue paper and the Parks Board. So I'm just curious, where do you think?
So I think our intent was slightly different.
Okay.
And actually was going to ask for clarification. So our intent in asking today is, with approval, we'd start designing. Like we'd start moving ahead with the assumptions that we're doing this using some of the existing money we already have, right? We don't need new money to start. But one clarification I had was Councilmember Pascal's comment. I saw some nod, but it is more to design the roofs at the same time. So I guess I would need to know from the council that everyone wants to see those designs starting also at the same time. Then we'd check in at the sort of 30-60%, and then you could make your decisions at that point. But our intent was to start with council direction this year, not have it all be a 27-28 budget discussion. The full funding would have to be, but starting sometime this year was the goal.
I wanted to ask a question. Councilmember Arnold made a good point, or well, maybe I'll just say a point I share, concern about sort of rating the park land acquisition budget. One thing we know, given our strategy in the city of Kirkland, because we don't have sort of a condemnation strategy where we are going to go out and condemn lands in order to add to the parks. We're really looking for, it's more of an opportunistic approach. It is kind of important if you're going to take an opportunistic approach to land acquisition to expand the capacity and the lands of the park, that we have that fund that Councilmember Arnold mentioned. I want to be clear, there was information in the memo about it, but also there's information here for the public, 1.9 million. How much is left in the land acquisition fund after spending this $1.9 million? And I realize it grows every biennium, so I guess I'm asking kind of in the near term.
We have $4 million right now available, and there's a property acquisition coming up in front of you tonight for $2.5 million. So at the end of the 26 biennium, we would have 1.5 in there. There's another land acquisition we are looking into, which is why we actually did pull some of the funding out of the funding chart. For 2027-28, that is the sum total of the full land acquisition budget for 27-28. So the dollar figure you see is all of it.
Okay. All right, that helps. Thank you.
Can well, maybe add a little bit of nuance to that. Councilmember Arnold raised this at a previous council meeting that I guess I'm reacting to the raid comment. So we don't.
I use that term loosely.
Right, no, I know. But what we have done in the past is all of our impact fees have just gone into the generic neighborhood land acquisition fund because it's the most straightforward thing you can do with impact fees. We've then taken money from that fund to do other things, to like invest in other park expansions. What Councilmember Arnold brought up, which we're going to bring to the retreat, was we really need a second fund to say other park expansion. So it doesn't look like it's always just going to land acquisition. So we have constantly pulled out of this fund to do these kinds of things. It's not abnormal for us to do it, but the title obviously lends it to feeling like we're doing this incorrectly, but that's not what's happening.
Thank you for that clarification. That's helpful.
And to follow up on that, so what the director just said is we would empty the fund. When would the fund be replenished?
Well, there's a couple things that would happen. So park impact fees come in irregularly, right? So they come in when big projects happen or a lot of small projects happen. We average between $1 to $1.5 million a year. So but sometimes it comes in $2.5 million one year and nothing the next year. So you don't really know, but the average has been pretty steady between $1 and $1.5 million each year. So we know that we'll start to replenish in 27, 28, 29. The council has also passed recently the impact fee for middle housing, which doesn't go into effect to 2027, and so we haven't included it in any projections, but we actually expect that to be a relatively significant amount of money. Finally, and the director can speak to this, we've actually asked for conservation futures reimbursement for some of the purchases we just made, particularly the one along Forbes Creek Drive. And if we get that back, we're actually going to have several $1 million that are actually going to come back into the fund, and we think there's a high likelihood that we'll get those numbers. So it's always a little bit in flux, but we expect to have a significant replenishment soon, and then we expect to get more money over time.
Thank you. So the landscape is going to change over time. And the $500,000 that comes from REIT, we can only use REIT for expansion.
No, you can use REIT for capital, basically. It doesn't have to only be expansion.
Okay, and the 500,000 is, why is that the max?
That's just how much is already currently budgeted. We could add more.
We could add more.
Those were numbers that were already in the budget.
Okay, so we could add more. Okay. So I believe what you're hearing from council is yes and, that we're interested in continuing to explore covering the pool year-round. I am supportive of the 10.1 to move forward with the activity pool and the structural improvements. I do want to follow up on Councilmember Pascal's question about why the activity pool as opposed to covering the pool. There's a reason that you came to us and suggested we do the activity pool first. So how did we come to that decision?
Because it expanded capacity and we could afford it. It was within our budget.
It was more about we could afford it. Okay. Okay.
I'd also add.
I think it would be more well received. I think an enclosure has to be one of the kind of culminating projects. And if you have more to do, I think enclosing the current pool would undersell what's there, I guess. So.
I'd add a couple things. We also want to go for what could do quickly, right? And so the outdoor expansion is quicker. We do know, even from the original feedback we got, that generically people say cover the pool. When it starts to become a reality, then don't cover the pool in the summertime. Can it be a retractable roof?
And we saw those comments
last
night, right? What about the noise? What about the chlorine? Yeah.
Right, about what you can do covering the pool. And finally, we did tee this up a little bit, but we haven't talked about it, but year-round operation is also a significant operating cost. And so while we definitely want to look at how we can maximize recovery, that's a big budget discussion, not just a capital discussion. So that's the other main reason.
Okay. So I'm supportive of moving forward rather than waiting for the budget conversation because we feel like we can fund that. But I definitely want to have the future conversation of the next phase, which is exploring covering the pool. So anyone else, Deputy Mayor?
Yeah, I just add to that. I think, so with the yes and, if the consensus is yes and I agree that's the consensus, I think the and part is potentially a subject of an issue paper, just for the, right? It's the and part that we might be really interested in seeing what the and looks like with the details. The public would be able to sink their teeth into it, as well as the Parks Board members.
All right, anyone else? All right, thank you, John.
Thank
Lynn.
you.
Oh, yes, go ahead.
I guess I wasn't clear. So the one thing I'd suggested was around, considering to, as part of the, when you're going to hire a consultant to plan, design, and engineer, it doesn't sound like there's support to kind of move forward with the planning and designing to kind of capture cost of what that enclosure would be. But I guess the question would be, how much additional money would that be just to kind of do the 30% design? So we know kind of the magnitude of what that cost is. So we're not going down a pathway where we said we're going to do the enclosure. We just are getting more information so we can make a better decision on whether to do it or not. I'm not clear on whether we.
Yeah.
reach that decision?
I thought I heard the council say, yes, do that.
Okay, well then
That's what I heard.
I'll be quiet.
Right.
No, it's good. It's a good follow-up.
So yeah, so we'll start that so that you have what would it take to do the enclosure options also. Yeah.
Okay, sorry. All right, thank you. Oh, Councilmember Pratt.
Sorry, one more question. I just want to make sure, just to double click on, if we do decide to do the enclosure as a stage 2, looking at these kind of original numbers, the 10.1 million. So like the electrical and mechanical systems, for an example, that number, would that change significantly? Like if we're adding an enclosure, which would require, I'm assuming, like HVAC and a lot of other infrastructure to enclose a pool, would those expenses significantly change? Like would we have to redesign the electrical, mechanical system because we are enclosing? I just want to kind of drill down to whether or not we're really going to not have sunk costs if we do.
Yeah, I'll
this
double check
first.
those numbers to see what was included in that. We would scope the project to ensure that the electrical is ready for a future mechanical needs if we have to add an HVAC system for an enclosure or stuff like that.
Okay.
So we would write the design to be ready for that, so there would
Okay.
not be a, oh, now you have to replace this thing too. So yeah,
Okay,
good question.
great, thank you.
Councilmember Falco.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We're also passionate about our pool. We love it. I appreciate Councilmember Prem's question and agree, and I feel like the approach of the direction council's given tonight might help with that, right? That if we are moving forward with some sort of design of both, we could understand that a little bit better. My question is, I think I've asked this before, but I'm not 100% sure I remember the response. It's a pretty big investment to, if we were to enclose either or both of the pools. Is there one close by that we could go visit and see what it's like, see what the experience is, so we can have a good sense of the experience and what we get for that investment?
I will get you some locations to look at.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
I know there's a, no, never mind. We're not proposing one of those.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Cool. Any other questions?
I think we're good.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, council is 9, but since we have park staff in the room and we're in the park mindset, I'd like to move forward to 9B, which is authorization to acquire the Llamas property adjacent to Mark Twain Park through either negotiated purchase or condemnation. I can never say that. Condemnation. City manager.
All right, so thank you, Madam Mayor. As we're switching out, so we did have a presentation to the council about this potential purchase. Council gave us direction to come back with the purchase and sale agreement. This is, we're looking for the decision, but we're just going to remind you of the project itself and its potential benefits, and then we're looking for council questions and then final action if the council's ready to do so. And here to make that presentation, I believe, is our Planning and Development Manager, Mariah Gill-Murphy, but I see also Jason Filan here as well. I'm not sure which is speaking.
While it's getting potted up, I heard from a credible source that might be a question about the O'Denny.
Come up to the, oh yeah, to the microphone.
So I heard from a credible source there might be a question about the O'Denny Bridge. So with your permission, I would like to.
Yeah.
So we had a tree that landed on it in a windstorm this last fall, winter, and did enough damage where it made it unusable, not safe. And so unfortunately, it's the main connection between the parking lot and the new shelter and the old shelter. So it's a really popular amenity. And the permitting and the back and forth with insurance is going to take a little bit of time. So into the summer. So just full disclosure, any customers that reach out, we will have some enhanced signage and some blockades to make sure no one can pass through there. But just to give you an update, like FYI, it could be kind of a tricky one for a bit.
Is part of the complication because it's a fish-bearing stream, or, yeah?
Yeah, it's over the creek, right?
Yeah.
And the project's actually pretty simple, just pull the bridge off and put a new bridge on. But the permits, even though, and Mariah is diligently working on it to get those permits, it's a little bit of time. And they're under even emergency, it's just gonna take some time. So.
Okay. Thank you, Jason.
With that, Mariah.
Thank you, Jason. Good evening, Madam Mayor, Deputy Mayor, council members. Happy Lunar New Year. I wish you all a prosperous New Year a peaceful one. I'm here today to talk about the potential expansion of Mark Twain Park. Mark Twain Park is located on your screens in the bottom right. There's a little blue square there that highlights the property that we are looking for, we're recommending acquisition of to expand Mark Twain Park and provide access to the park. So here's a close-up or aerial of our park. You're probably familiar in North Rose Hill neighborhood. And again, the blue square indicates the parcel that we are recommending acquisition of. As you all are familiar, I'm sure, Mark Twain Park is a beloved park in North Rose Hill neighborhood. It's 6.6 acres of beautiful open space, a walking path, basketball court, sport court, and a small playground. There's also a restoration area on the site. This park is well loved by immediate neighbors. Unfortunately, there's no access off of 132nd Avenue Northeast or Water Tank Access Road to the north, and there's no parking area. So it is a walk-up neighborhood park that only serves folks within easy walking distance. A recent city project did extend the sidewalk on the park frontage, but there's no parking on 132nd. There is a huge community need to expand this park and, most importantly, provide access to this park. Just over a mile, there's about 1,600 multifamily units. Some of them are brand new. And so it's a little more than a comfortable 10-minute walk, which is our goal in the PROS plan, is to provide a comfortable 10-minute walk to a neighborhood park amenity to our community members. So note there is policy support for this acquisition. The Rose Hill Neighborhood Policy number 50 prioritizes acquisition in new parkland in the northern portion of North Rose Hill, which is the area that Mark Twain is located in. And our PROS plan has identified this area as having a lower park level of service, again, using that 10-minute walk as kind of our standard. So this, like I mentioned, this park, by increasing the area of this park, expanding this park, and providing access, we would actually provide service to families with young children, seniors, those with mobility issues, really reaching many more community members that could utilize this beautiful park. It also would give an opportunity to activate this park and utilize the 6.6 acres of parkland that we have in this area that is in need of parkland and park resources. Again, really with the goal of providing equitable access to outdoor recreation. So the property that we are recommending acquisition of is a little over 0.6 acres, so 26,000 square feet. It's mostly flat, open space, directly northeast of the park. And it's a property that park staff has identified as a possible acquisition for over 10 years. They've actually been in contact with the property owners, trying to convince them to work with the city, and the seller has not been interested in selling for those 10 years. And just recently, they have mentioned that they're interested in selling, and so that's why I'm here today. There is about 6,000 square feet of land on the parcel with a cell tower, and there's a lease and a sublease on that parcel that generates a little over $63,000 in revenue every year. And that lease amount actually will increment every year by 4 to 7%. So there is a source of revenue. Additionally, with the underlying zoning, you could put up to 6 units on the property, so making it a very attractive site for developers, which is why you see that appraisal amount of $2.54 million. So expanding Mark Twain Park, there is a pathway. We always try to reach agreement with a standard purchase sales agreement. We have met agreement with the seller. We're still working on reaching agreement with Verizon and the sublease holders. And so Verizon currently has a first right of refusal on any market offer that is made on the property. So if council approves us moving forward with this acquisition, the next step would be for the seller to reach out to Verizon and provide notice, and then Verizon has an opportunity to respond. If Verizon tries to execute their first right of refusal, then we will need to move forward with the condemnation process, and that would void that first right of refusal. Both options, the seller would still be paid fair market value, which is that appraised amount of $2.54 million. The city pays fair market value for all of their acquisitions, even condemnation, so just to be clear on that. And then, as mentioned earlier, our Neighborhood Land Acquisition Fund does have adequate funding in 2026 for this acquisition. And as I mentioned earlier, this is a unique property where we're not just purchasing a property, we actually are purchasing a property with a revenue stream, and that's a nice passive revenue stream of about $63,000 a year to be increased, annual increase of 4 to 7%. The additional maintenance costs are really minor. It would include about 4 hours a year of mowing in addition to the normal maintenance of Mark Twain Park, so under $1,000 a year. And then we would have the opportunity to plan for long-term access, parking, and accessibility improvements to this park. So staff recommends a motion for the City Council to approve proposed resolution R5721. This resolution would authorize the city manager to execute a purchase and sales agreement for the acquisition of the property, and to also adopt proposed ordinance O-4926. That ordinance would allow us to proceed with condemnation should negotiations fail. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mariah. Questions? I'll take a motion. Councilmember Falcone?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I move that we adopt Resolution R5721, authorizing the city manager to execute a real property purchase and sale agreement to acquire property for park purposes, ...
It's been moved by Councilmember Falcone, second by Councilmember Arnold to move forward Resolution 5721. Is there any further discussion?
Can I ask?
Councilmember Prim?
Yeah, thank you so much for this presentation. I understand completely the benefits of having a parking lot next to Mark Twain to provide access to individuals that may not have access to the park. One question I had was, out of the 6.6 acres of parkland, could we technically use 0.5 acres of that park and create a parking lot and achieve those same benefits rather than purchasing a whole new lot to create a parking lot?
In theory, yes, of course. Unfortunately, that would take away from some of the other amenities. So you're taking parkland that is currently enjoyed as either grassy open space or our sport court or a playground, and it's just maneuvering the pieces. There's also a lot of trees along the frontage, so there would be some tree removals associated with building a parking lot.
Great, thank you.
Anyone else? I will be supporting this motion. I understand Councilmember Prim's concern, as we just talked about the limited funds we have, but any time that we can expand parkland, I think is hugely important. So I'll be supporting this motion. The question is on the motion to approve Resolution 5721. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0.
Thank you.
I will entertain a motion on ordinance 4926.
Madam Mayor, I'll move adoption of proposed ordinance O-4926.
It's been moved by Deputy Mayor Black, second by Councilmember Falcone, to move forward ordinance 4926. Is there any discussion? All those, City Clerk, will you please call the roll?
On the motion to adopt ordinance O-4926, Councilmember Tim Chizen.
Aye.
Councilmember Arnold.
Aye.
Councilmember Prem.
Aye.
Councilmember Falcone.
Aye.
Councilmember Pascal.
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Black.
Yes.
Mayor Curtis.
Yes. Ordinance 4926 is approved, 7-0. Thank you, Mariah. All right, we are going to take a 10-minute break. We'll be back at 9:25. All right, we are back from a short break. We are moving on to our next item about the city manager.
That's what I'm here for.
Okay, good. All right. Which is an updated interlocal agreement for use of facilities between the Lake Washington School District and the city of Kirkland. Deputy City Manager, you can do this.
Which is an updated interlocal agreement.
That never
I can throw
happens.
this back to you now?
My apologies.
She was just testing us.
Did you nail it?
Well, I turn it back over to you.
All right, thank you.
I don't think so.
So my apologies, I went too far away. Yeah, so as the Deputy City Manager was saying, this is an interlocal agreement between us and the Lake Washington School District, which has now chosen to take back scheduling their fields and maintaining them. So here to present you with an overview of that resolution, which we're looking for discussion and action tonight, is our Deputy Director, John Lloyd, once again.
This one, right?
Good evening again. I'm back. I'm back tonight, as the city manager mentioned, to discuss the updated interlocal agreement between the city and the district. Little overview of what we're going to talk about tonight. I'll give you a background on the history of the agreements between the city and the school district. I'll highlight some of the changes in this most recent update and discuss the impacts. We'll talk about next steps, and then at the end, we're ultimately seeking a resolution, or seeking your approval of the resolution R5722, authorizing the city manager to sign the interlocal agreement. There is a long history of agreements between the city and the Lake Washington School District. The oldest agreement that I could find on record was 1991, but I'm sure there was partnership and agreement and collaboration before that. That first joint use agreement kind of documented and expanded access to the community to allow use of recreation facilities both at the schools and in the city, and coordinating that. Over the years, there have been a ton of updates and amendments to the agreement. Notably, in 2002, the city started functioning as the scheduler for all athletic fields in Kirkland that belong to the school district. Additionally, over the years, we've renovated several fields at various schools across town, which I'll show you on the next slide. Bringing those fields up from the district's level of service to the city's level of service, and for lack of better terms, elementary schools went from a dirt field to an irrigated grass field that we maintain. You may be asking why we're here talking about an updated agreement tonight. Last spring, the district informed us that they wanted to centralize all of their scheduling functions, which means we were no longer needed as the scheduler for their fields. Considering that was a big portion of the interlocal agreement, it was worth the update. So that was the primary changer of that. It wasn't just me talking to the district. I was supported by our senior assistant city attorney, Kevin Hansen, as well as our management analyst, Juliana DeCruz. And we were working with Brian Buck, the executive director of sports services for the district, on their side of things. As I mentioned, we've renovated 9 different school sites across town. This map kind of shows them. It's really hard to get a picture of Kirkland all in one spot, so I had to crop it out a little bit, so no offense to those folks that are cropped out of the screen, but the schools that have an upgraded field are shown on the map. The most recent 2 fields that the city has improved were Finn Hill Middle School and Peter Kirk Elementary School. And that was probably in 2018 or 19, I believe. There are several changes to the agreement. The biggest, most significant changes is that actually we have one solid agreement again. Like I mentioned before, the previous agreement had been amended and updated several times, and it was really challenging to kind of track down the attachment to that one was actually referring to the thing that was on the attachment of the original, and so it was very, very confusing and administratively difficult. So while it sounds not like a big deal, it was a big deal to put one big document together. The other major change is that the city is no longer the scheduler for district fields. There's an asterisk on the screen. The one exception to that is Lakeview Elementary School, and that's due to a kind of extenuating circumstances there. Similarly, throughout the negotiations, the way it all worked out, the city has stepped away from maintaining the school sites that we have improved, with the exception of Lakeview Elementary School. Lakeview Elementary School, if you aren't aware, is actually an artificial turf field that was improved in partnership with SRM or Google, 2015, 2016 timeframe. So part of that agreement had the city is responsible for maintenance and repair of the turf, including replacement in the future. The district didn't want to lose that, so they wanted us to keep that field. And then the updated agreement does extend the times available for city use of district gyms. It's only a half hour in the evenings, but that half hour makes a world of difference because it allows us to fit an entire extra game on every single night that we have that facility, or extra practices. So it really does make a huge impact programmatically to have that extra 30 minutes. The other, again, administrative change is it clarifies some of the language that was intended in the original agreements regarding Google's priority use at Lakeview Elementary. It actually creates that prioritization within the documentation, which was actually a little ambiguous in the previous agreements. Some minor updates. There was a lot of language cleanup and changes throughout the document just to kind of match current practices, procedures, delete unnecessary clauses or terms that were no longer in there. We cleaned up a little bit about the fees and what charges each other, what fees each organization or each entity is able to charge each other. And then we added a term kind of protecting some of the equipment that we store at district facilities. So we store volleyball nets and volleyball posts at some of those sites. So it added a little bit of clause to help protect that equipment and the city's interest in that equipment. So there's quite a few impacts. It's a very text-heavy slide, so I apologize there. I'll try not to read it. The biggest impact to the community that they're going to feel is that our staff no longer serve as that one-stop shop for field reservations. So users are going to have to go to the city to reserve city fields and the district to reserve district fields. Obviously, we recognize that being a huge impact. On the flip side, that is going to save our staff a significant amount of time. District fields reservations made up about 46% of all reservations last year across our system. It did generate about $90,000 in revenue, so there's kind of a pros and cons there. We're losing some revenue, but we are going to have significant time savings that we are going to be able to use for other department initiatives and priorities. The person that does our field scheduling also takes care of our concessionaire program, our donation program, as well as other rental procedure improvements that we're looking to make. So we'll actually have time and capacity to take on some of these things that we want to improve, but we just haven't had the ability to. On the parks maintenance side of things, the labor that we're going to save from no longer maintaining those fields, on average over the last several years, has been about 2,300 hours a year, which is about 2 people when you really look at it during the peak season when they're actually maintaining those fields. On average, it's about $23,000 in operating supplies. So that's grass seed, turf, or grass seed, fertilizer, things of that nature. We are repurposing that labor throughout the park system to accommodate several different service level improvements, including the new community gardens that are going in at Rose Hill Meadows, the upgraded fields at Juanita Beach, the AED program, the Wiviot parcel, as well as maintaining the parking garage in the evenings. So there's that work will not get lost. We have plenty of needs out there, so we're going to do that. Additionally, there's about $40,000 in utility savings that we're repurposing to fund the special event permitting system that was approved in the latest budget. So while there are some negatives, there are lots of positives. They're able to kind of repurpose the savings in labor and time to kind of further some of our existing initiatives and projects. Where we're at this point is we are working with the district. Essentially is operating under this new agreement. They're scheduling their fields. We're scheduling our fields. We are now using, or the district started Last fall, the district implemented a system called Facilitron for all of their facility reservations. So this centralizes all the school district reservations under this one umbrella. The city has been looking for a different platform to manage our field reservations, and we explored Facilitron when we learned about it. It actually does meet all of our needs. So we just got under contract with them. We had our first implementation meeting last week, and we are starting that implementation process. One of the huge benefits of this was that it brings everyone back under the same platform. They are still gonna have to work with two different people, but at least they can do it under the same account, on the same website, and see all the reservations in one window. They're not gonna have two different windows. We think that's a huge win back for the community. We are working as hard as we can to get that system up and running in a very short time frame. Our go live date we're shooting for is around May 1st. I don't know the exact date, depending on what our season 2 allocation window starts. It's approximately May 1st every year. So it may be the Monday around that time frame. And we are working on developing a robust communication plan for our users so that they're aware of what's going on. The beauty is that all of them probably already have Facilitron accounts, so that part will be a little bit less of a transition as it was for them last fall. And we're hopefully gonna try and learn from some of the feedback that we've heard from folks about the district's implementation. So we are working on getting this all up and running pretty soon here, so that is that.
All right, thank
Does
you.
anyone have any questions on the updated interlocal agreement?
Councilmember Falcone?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, thank you, John, for this update. I believe you that this was a lot of work to streamline everything and to change everything into the new system. So thank you for that body of work. Thank you to everyone who was involved in that. I have a few questions. The first is you mentioned about 2,300 hours of staff time saved. What does that equate to as far as like dollar amount per year? Do we have a dollar figure?
I could get
on
it.
that. Okay, thank you. Just looking to compare dollar for dollar of, what were the revenue that we're losing versus
It's more than the
what we're
revenue that
saving.
we're
Yeah, I mean, it seems to be a lot more combined with all the things, the utility costs, the materials plus the labor obviously is way above that. But another question I have is, do you have an idea from the school district how their maintenance standards compare to the cities for these fields? I'm thinking about this from the public's perspective, from the field user's perspective, that for many, many years, folks are kind of used to the city, not just the scheduling, but the maintenance of the field. Do we have a sense of what the public can expect?
I don't have anything documented in that regard. The district has said they're increasing their level of service at all their fields. I know they're trying to put more turf fields in at the high school levels and actually putting in grass fields at middle schools and elementary schools as opposed to dirt. But there was nothing documented in the agreement on that regard. But
Great, thank you. And I would expect, correct me if I'm wrong, that having the turf fields might lower their maintenance a little bit for those fields that they can then spend on the grass fields.
In theory.
And others, okay. Thank you for that. Couple more questions. You mentioned communications on one of your slides with when our Facilitron process goes out. Have we thought about communication again for the public on this transition? I know for a lot of the sports organizations, I know I have received probably dozens of calls and emails about this transition, mostly just confusion, communication, just not, just bumps, right? With folks not being used to working with the school district and them thinking that it's a city issue. So I was able to refer them to the school district and things are going well there. But I wonder if there's, like, for example, look on our website and we have the City of Kirkland Athletic Field Inventory, which is great and has a lot of detail. I wonder for those who are used to just seeing them all as just the fields in Kirkland, right? If we could have maybe a table that says this is a city field and this is the school district fields, just to make it easier for folks to transition. I know some of the larger youth sports and other sports organizations have already transitioned, right, and already have scheduled with the school district, so may already have that information, but there still are bound to be folks who just aren't clear on who they need to go to, and that just might be helpful to maybe have a link to the school district site or something like that on our website, just to help people when they get to our landing page. Thank you. And then the last question I have is about the Kamiakin Gym. So I know at the Lakeview Elementary Field, obviously just due to the investment there, that we have this special kind of case with scheduling that in this agreement. And the plan is for us to invest a significant amount of money to expand or to have a larger footprint than the school district had planned for the Kamiakin Gym. what is our plan for an agreement on scheduling and use of that facility?
I'm going to defer to Lynn.
Yes, so I've been working with our current acting city attorney, Kevin Hansen, as well as Kurt, to create an agreement with the school district specifically about Kamiakin. And we have drafted an agreement. We have sent it to the school district. I'm waiting to hear back from them on the terms that we articulated. But we did articulate very clear terms about what specifically we need to see in the gym to make it usable for the city. And then also expectations for dedicated use where we essentially can't be bumped in return for that investment. So it is a different set of terms than the current ILA for the city's investment.
Thank you. And in some, obviously with the Lakeview and in other improvements we've made over the years, when we've made an improvement, we've been able to recoup some of that cost with the scheduling as well. So I hope that that's part of the conversation that we'll have with them to see if that's something they're willing to consider. So thank you. I appreciate this. I know that we've had in our coordinating committee meetings with the school district some great conversations about this process as well. And so appreciate your continued work on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Pascal?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, this was something that I definitely was intrigued on when I saw this come before us, because it's something that I know when I was first elected that I focused on initially with trying to get some fields up to a higher level of play. Finn Hill Middle School was an example of that, and so this all makes sense to me of what's being proposed in this interlocal agreement. My comments and concerns are really going to be focused on the maintenance side, and so I want to just get a little bit more clarification. First off, it's my understanding that some of the fields that that we had maintained, or we still are, or I guess that we had maintained on school district property, were upgraded, and the city paid for those upgrades. Is that true?
Mm-hmm.
And were those upgrades? And my understanding is that those upgrades were paid through the park levy. So the taxpayers, we increased the levy, and some of those funds went to improve those fields. So if that's the case, my concerns really kind of rely around something that Councilmember Falcone had said is now the school district's going to take over the maintenance. And you know, Finn Hill Middle School is a perfect example. That field was actually built, it was a grass field. It was built, they just didn't maintain it very well. So it had already been built to a standard with grass, but they didn't water it, they didn't mow it as regularly as we did, they didn't do the things. What assurances are there in this interlocal that they're going to continue to do that? Because we spent, you know, Kirkland taxpayer money to upgrade that, and I'd hate to see that fall down in maintenance levels. And I mean, if they say they're going to do that, why wouldn't that language then be in this interlocal?
Mm-hmm. We didn't prioritize that. I know I don't have a copy in front of me. The previous agreement had a timeline on joint improvements. So after 10 years, I believe, outdoor improvements, the district could do what they want with the field. So in some cases, they put portables on fields that we had improved in the past. So just to clarify the long term,
So
those aren't a forever field in the previous agreement even.
That's interesting. Did you talk about adding language on the maintenance? Because I guess because it'd be one thing if that was discussed and the school district was like, hey, you know, we don't want that in the interlocal. You know, that's not something that we want written. But I guess for me, I'd feel more comfortable just kind of seeing how things have changed over time. I believe them that that's their intention to maintain it to that level. Things change down the road without any written agreement is my concern. So personally, I would feel really much better about this if the maintenance side was written into the interlocal, that the school district would maintain it to how the city was maintaining those specific fields. But that would be something that I'd love to see, and then I would enthusiastically support this, but otherwise, I'd say that I'd have a difficult time supporting this without that assurance.
Okay.
Written assurance.
City manager? Is there a time frame, a timeline on this ILA?
No, there's no time requirements other than the fact that we are essentially operating under a handshake agreement at the moment. And it is going well for the most part. As John mentioned, that there is that 10-year clause in the previous agreement. The only two fields that we've done in the 10 years I've been here is Peter Kirk Elementary and Finhill Middle School. Having said that, there's nothing that would stop us from going back to the school district and discussing this if they'd be amenable to putting a clause in this new agreement.
Yeah, I guess I would personally be curious about that, because if it's their intention to maintain it that way, I'd be curious why they would disagree with such a clause.
Yeah, and honestly, we did not really discuss that with them. We discussed them taking back the maintenance. Since we were losing the revenue associated with the scheduling, it did not make sense for us to continue to absorb all the expense. So we talked to them about that, but not specifically the standards. So we can't actually really say how they feel about putting it in the ILA. So there's no reason why we can't broach the subject with them.
Okay. Well, I don't know how others feel, but I would propose that we direct staff to have that discussion with the school district, see how that goes, and then come back with either an updated interlocal or the same one, just to see if that happens.
Thank you. Let's listen to the rest of the comments.
Yeah, sure.
Deputy Mayor?
Well, thank you. I agree with that, actually, what Councilmember Pascal suggested. And actually, I also wanted to ask, it springs from that, but there are other ways in which this is also relevant. I want to understand what the enforcement mechanism is for this contract, for this agreement. I don't want to get into a legal discussion per se, but I do want to make sure that we understand. I've read the conflict resolution clause. I understand, our right to notify them, the school district of a breach, and they have to cure it, and there's a process. But at the end of it, our right is to terminate the agreement. And I want to understand if, maybe from the city attorney, do we have the right to seek specific performance? Because terminating the agreement doesn't really provide our customers what they need and want. And it is a unique contract. This is a unique subject matter. I'm wondering if we would have the right to seek specific performance rather than have to do the atomic option, which is terminate agreement, which gives us and our residents access to the fields.
We haven't considered that, and I'm not sure. I haven't looked at the agreement in the recent past, so I'm not sure. So that's a great question. That's something we can look into.
I think along with the item that Councilmember Pascal raised, I'd like us to ask about that too. It is because of the unique subject matter, because there is no alternative, having the right to seek specific performance.
Okay.
If there's an uncured breach. Thanks.
Councilmember Falcone?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I appreciate the thoughtful comments of my council colleagues. I want to mention that this has come up. Like I mentioned, we discussed this in our coordinating committee meetings with the school district, and I asked my question about maintenance. I had known what they had already said, right, in those meetings, and it really does seem like they genuinely want to and intend to maintain the fields in similar standards to current city standards. So I think that's a good sign, and I appreciate their partnership on this. And I do agree with Councilmember Pascal that I would like to have that conversation with the school district before we proceed in adopting this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Prim?
Yeah, I completely agree with with my colleagues regarding the maintenance requirements and making sure that those things are written down. I was just taking a quick scan of the agreement, and I don't know if it's already there. I could be wrong. This is just based off of a very quick scan, but Section 8C, cleanup and maintenance, It does say for district-owned and operated athletic fields and facilities, the district is responsible for the primary maintenance to the standard traditionally provided to serve its educational and athletic programs. So I don't know if it's already in there. If it is, great. But if not, I would agree with my.
We can strengthen that language a little bit because their standard service levels were pretty low, at least
Okay.
City Manager, do we need a motion to not take action this evening, or are we okay with?
I mean, you could table it. That'd probably be the table it till, well, I guess we don't know yet, so, or postpone. Do you have a recommendation?
Yeah, we can have a motion to postpone to a later meeting.
Okay. Councilmember Pascal, would you like to do that?
I'll make a motion to postpone it to next meeting. Do I need to say more?
No.
Okay.
Well, the other thing, if we don't have an answer by the next meeting, maybe just
Okay.
a future
To a
meeting as soon as
future,
possible.
to a future meeting to have a discussion with the school district about the topics that were raised.
Going on vacation tomorrow until March, so it won't be next meeting. Probably not.
Do I have a second?
fair.
Okay. It's been moved by Councilmember Pascal, second by Councilmember Falcone to postpone the approval of the ILA until a future meeting to address the issues that have been discussed. Any further discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0. Thank you. Thank you, John.
Thank you. Great questions and feedback.
Okay, we are going to move to our final business item, which is an update on the 2026 legislative session. City Manager. City Manager.
Thank you. So, as you mentioned, we're here for our legislative update number 3, and here to give us that update is our interim government affairs manager, Andriana Campbell. I know we'll also be looking for comments from the legislative work group. There's been a lot going on. I can personally attest that your hardworking legislative work group worked all weekend and on Monday as the legislature was in session and doing lots of things. So.
I just did it from the, no, I'm doing it from here, from the podium. I just prefer to sit, sorry.
Yeah, of course. No pressure, Cassie. Okay, I do want to thank the legislative work group for all the extra work that you've done over this session. This has been a pretty busy, crazy session, and I don't know if everyone, especially the community, realizes how much extra time serving on the legislative work group takes. So thank you, all three of you, for this work.
Thank you so much, Cassie. Thank you, City Manager. Good evening, Madam Mayor, Deputy Mayor, members of the council. I have 6 active slides tonight, and I apologize, I don't have any embedded videos. That was very cool, but I do have a bit of an update for you since our last meeting on February 3rd. So here's the agenda, and I thought I'd kind of flip it a little bit now that cutoffs have come into play. I wanted to begin with the timeline, then provide a brief general session update, kind of saving the bulk of the discussion for the end. And for the subsections under item 3, I'll pause after the bills discussed in each one to see if council has any questions or if the work group wants to weigh in. Okay, we are officially past fiscal committee cutoff at this point, and as of 5 p.m. tonight,
Actually, the House of Origin cutoff has also taken place, which means that bills that didn't advance off the floor are dead unless they're NTIB or necessary to implement the budget. So what this means, unfortunately, is that our Senate body searches bill and both noise camera companions did not make it off the floor, and they're not considered NTIB, but we still have a number of priority bills still in play, including the House companion version of the body searches bill, which we'll walk through here in a moment. So general session update. Yesterday, the updated revenue forecast projection was released, showing some positive projections over this biennium and the next, driven largely by stronger than expected REIT revenue, personal income, and employment. Tomorrow, transportation revenue forecast comes out, followed by the release of supplemental budgets, at which point we will have a clearer picture of whether our capital budget requests are likely to receive funding. So very shortly here, we'll have some more information. Okay, so moving into the larger discussion, this is section 3 of the agenda. And we're grouping them by more topic rather than where they fall under the legislative agenda. So these are bills that the legislative work group has made progress or had successful milestones on. So beginning at the top, this is a significant win. The day after our last council update, Representative Salahuddin's body searches bill passed off the House floor. So if you were tuning in and listening, that discussion, there was substantial commentary, but most notably, the sponsor publicly credited Kirkland for bringing this issue to his attention. And the bill is now in the Senate Human Services Committee awaiting a public hearing. In gross substitute House Bill 1717, oh, I hope I'm not muted. I think I'll hit unmute. Oh, thanks, Cassie. House Bill 1717. So this is a bill from last session, creates a new local sales and use tax remittance tool to support long-term affordable housing construction. Given that it's now moving and it's vastly in alignment with Kirkland's adopted priorities, comprehensive plan, housing goals, the work group has formally changed its position to support and will be signing in pro at the upcoming public hearing. In gross substitute House Bill 2266 passed off the floor and is scheduled for a public hearing on Friday. The work group worked closely with Representative Springer, sharing examples of the city's operator agreement, code of conduct, to help craft language that Rep. Springer proposed on the floor. The current and gross version of the bill didn't include the exact language that the work group proposed, but it did move the bill in the right direction. And the work group plans to sign in pro on the amended version and continue refining language as it moves through the Senate. Representative Zahn's e-moto bill. It smashed its way out of the House with 90 yes votes. The work group worked closely with Rep. Zahn to include language requiring the study group to consider civil infraction authority for juveniles to go through municipal court rather than juvenile court, and that language was adopted and is now included in the version headed to the Senate. Representative Berg's Omnibus Tax Resources and Fund Flexibility Bill 2442. It's also passed out of the House and is now headed to the Senate. This bill provides additional flexibility for existing REIT and affordable housing purposes. Okay, lastly on this list, we have Senator Shoemake's e-moto bill, also received strong support as it passed off the floor. Moving forward, the work group's focus is to align it as closely as possible with Rep. Zahn's version by adding a definition of e-bicycles and clarifying civil infraction authority. So I'm going to pause there and see if the council has any questions or if the work group would like to weigh in on these bills.
Councilor Arnold, do you have anything you'd like to add? Okay. Oh, Deputy Mayor?
Thank you. I just want to emphasize on House Bill 1604, not only was Kirkland the moving force behind this, but it was our chief of police. So, thank you.
That is a great point. All right, the next section is major updates. The work group has one bill here to provide a major update on. That is Substitute Senate Bill 5855 regarding face coverings for law enforcement officers. So after alert review, so as a reminder, that's legislative review team. So after alert review of the initial bill, the work group recommended support with modifications. Since then, the bill was amended, additional alert analysis and work group discussion has taken place, and the work group has taken a formal position to support the bill as amended and has signed in pro at tomorrow's public hearing. Any questions about this bill?
Councilmember Arnold.
And I would note for this, similar to what Andriana had said previously, that some changes were made to address concerns. The language here is still messy. The chief has noted some potential improvements. We would like to support this bill and continue that discussion, but we think Kirkland's interests are protected as messy as the language is currently. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. These two bills we have listed as continued work required. They are advancing and definitely requiring the work group's continued energy and oversight. The first is Substitute Senate Bill 5972, which expands the definition of uniformed personnel to correctional officers for the purpose of interest arbitration. This bill would increase negotiation costs to a point where it's too financially burdensome to operate a local jail. Cities would likely be forced to rely on county facilities that are already at capacity, as well as reduced access to local programs like community courts. So in light of this, the work group drafted and proposed an amendment to the bill to exempt it from applying to cities with populations under 125,000. Over the weekend, the work group got the word out to other cities that operate jails, as well as those that contract with Kirkland for jail services, to garner more momentum in opposition for tomorrow's public hearing, which Councilmember Arnold is testifying at in opposition. Since the last council update, engrossed second substitute Senate Bill 6026 has gone on a journey, and so has the work group. It began with positive amendments being adopted in ways and means that allowed station areas, tax increment financing areas, and up to 20% of a jurisdiction's area outside of station areas to still be able to require ground floor retail and commercial and mixed-use zones. However, when the bill got to the floor, amendments were proposed and adopted that rolled back the 20% exemption to only apply to 20% of existing mixed-use and commercial areas, not 20% of a jurisdiction's area outside of station areas, significantly narrowing the exemption. The work group's meeting with Representative Dewar at the end of this week, as she's the chair of House Local Government, where this bill is likely to be referred, to continue broadcasting Kirkland's concerns. As the mayor stated earlier, this truly has been a significant body of work for the legislative work group. They have sent letters to committee chairs, bill sponsors, delegation members, testified both remotely and in person, and that's something we have not done consistently since pre-COVID days. They've also engaged in an extensive amount of strategy sessions to work towards a reasonable compromise on this bill. So I really want to pause here and give a chance for the work group to weigh in on this.
Councilmember Arnold.
And for all of the things that Andriana is mentioning here, getting an amendment favorable in Senate Ways and Means, that happened because, I want to thank the work group, because that happened because of direct conversation with senators. On the amendments that backtracked, there were some no votes on the floor that backtracked. The no votes were a result of direct contact to legislators by work group members. And then when the Senate passed the bill, there were no votes for passage, and want to acknowledge that Kirkland Senator Moncadingra and Vandana Slaughter both voted against the bill. Again, senators that we spent, the work group members spent time communicating with. And so we are working very hard to get this bill to a place that it that we could at least be neutral on. It is an uphill battle because there is a lot of momentum for the business community and the lieutenant governor, and the conversations to have legislators understand the impacts to cities are long and hard, and we're working very hard to get the time with them to help them understand the details.
Thank you. Thank you for that. And I do appreciate all of the extra work and all the effort on this. This is like trying to stop a tidal wave right now. Do you have something to add? Because I have a question on this bill. Go ahead, Deputy.
Oh, just a real quick addition. Not only are we working with legislators, but we're also talking to potential allies in the affordable housing community, for example, helping make sure that if there's the because this has kind of been positioned as housing versus cities, and that's not really the case. So trying to find some allies out there that would join cities in making sure that we're creating complete communities that people living in, including in a low-income, affordable housing, get to enjoy the same quality of life as everyone else. So we're working at every possible angle.
Thank you. Councilmember Falcone?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you to both Deputy Mayor and Councilmember Arnold for that discussion on that. I would just add on to the Deputy Mayor's comments that those allies include other cities that have worked really hard on affordable housing. So we're really thankful for the partnership with other local cities who feel similarly to us, who are doing similar levels of work that we are. So.
Thank you. And my understanding is we're working on drafting a letter that the mayors can sign together. My question is, my recollection, our last meeting is our position was support only with mods. Are we changing position on this bill? No. Okay, so we're still at support only
Yes.
with mods.
That is my typo.
Okay.
Thank you
good.
for
Just
clarifying.
want to make sure. Yeah, we didn't see this bill coming. So what we had planned to work on this session, it's gone by the wayside. So thank everyone for their work.
I have one final slide here. There's been several anti-ICE related bills introduced this session, and a number have survived the Chamber of Origin cutoff. As noted earlier, the work group will be signing in pro on substitute Senate Bill 5855 there on the bottom of the screen, and will continue monitoring alignment with Council's adopted guiding general principle related to civil liberties. As always, Council members are welcome to sign in and take a position on any bill in their individual capacity. Are there any questions related to the bills on the screen?
Can you give us a second to read?
Absolutely.
Looks like all of them are moving.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Any questions? Those of us not on the legislative work group? Okay.
And I'm always here if questions come up between council updates. I mean, that's a long 2 weeks. A lot happens in a short session. That's all I have. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Okay, we are done with our business agenda, and we are now moving on to council reports. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I'll try to make this quick. So just want to note that we did have a meeting of the East Side Transportation Partnership last Friday, February 13th. So we got an update from Metro and Sound Transit, which is typical of our, and one of the kind of fun things that was noted was we set a record for passengers on Link Light Rail the day of the celebration for the Seahawks winning the Super Bowl. So 200,000 riders of Link Light Rail that day. So that was neat. We also received a presentation from the Director of Government Affairs at PSRC, Puget Sound Regional Council, on developments related to transportation at both the state and federal levels. Presentation from the Climate Operations Lead at WashDOT, interesting, about planning for transportation resiliency in the face of climate change and also other natural hazards. I'll send a follow-up email with sort of details from that meeting. Tomorrow is a meeting of the Regional Transit Committee, the first meeting of the Transit Committee under the new chair, Councilmember Stephanie Fain, and the first of 2026. Mainly, we're going to be talking about the Transit Committee's work plan for the next year, which are essentially the topics that are going to be briefed, discussed, and decided by the Transit Committee over the course of the next year. And I'll send a follow-up email with the minutes from that meeting when I have them tomorrow. I wanted to highlight for the public that we have our second installment of Conversations with Council coming up on Saturday, this Saturday, February 21st, at the Kingsgate Library from 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. And so we had a very successful conversations with the council, I think about a week and a half ago or so. And so we're looking forward to this second one. The last thing, I hope my colleagues will indulge me for just 1 second. We've had a member of the public who has spoken at our items from the audience the last 2 times, who has directed their criticism directly at me in my context as a member of the Board of Commissioners of the King County Housing Authority. And there's a couple things I want to explain, I want to clarify for my colleagues so you're not wondering. What? So, first and foremost, as many of my colleagues know, that I have on multiple occasions defended that particular gentleman's right under the First Amendment to speak at our council meetings, including that gentleman and others. And he has noted that the King County Housing Authority trespassed him from a meeting a couple months ago. I just want to note that that decision was made entirely administratively by the staff and not by the Board of Commissioners. If it had been made by me, I would have again defended his right to First Amendment. It's painful to listen to his hateful rhetoric, but I do believe strongly in that First Amendment right. Secondly, on tonight he decided to make his most pointed comments, claiming I'm a criminal because I'm on the Board of Commissioners of the King County Housing Authority, and we are giving support to illegal immigrants. I want to clarify that it has been a decades-long policy of the Housing and Urban Development to provide housing support for families that are mixed, where the adults are immigrants and the children are born here in the United States and are citizens. As a long-standing, multi-decades, and what is given as support is prorated based on the fact that the children are citizens of the United States. The recent this current administration recently came out with an executive order deciding that those families that are mixed would no longer receive support of any kind. So the King County Housing Authority was forced to examine how many families are receiving support as mixed families, and it is that number that this particular gentleman keeps citing as the supposedly illegal support for families in King County who are receiving support that they are otherwise, absent the executive order, are otherwise entitled to. I just wanted to make sure my colleagues had a chance to hear that, and if you have any questions, you're certainly welcome to bring them up with me later, or you can ask them now. All right, let's move on. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Councilmember Pascal.
I have nothing to report.
Councilmember Falcone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, I just want to say thank you, Deputy Mayor, for that update, and I will gladly chat more about that offline later. It's late, and I know some folks have things to do early in the morning, so I'm just going to say congratulations to all the Chamber awardees from the luncheon last week. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Prim.
Yeah, I have a few things since I've been doing since we last all met for council. February 4th, I attended the Sound Cities Association Board and Committee orientation, where the SCA provided us a summary of what they what the plan is for the year. It was a very insightful session. On February 6th, we hung the number 12 flag up for our beloved Seahawks at City Hall. Many people joined the festivities. It was great fun. Go Hawks. On February 11th, attended my first PIC meeting. There were 62 elected individuals from cities all over Washington. So it was great to see many new faces. And finally, last Friday with Amy and Council Member Amy and Neil, we attended the 90th Annual Kirkland Chamber Award Ceremony, and congratulations to all of the awardees. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Arnold.
No report.
Councilmember Tim Chisholm.
No report.
Thank you. I'm just going to follow up on Councilmember Prim. I attended the pre-PIC meeting on immigrant rights by the Northwest Immigrant Rights Project. She has distributed the slides. I encourage everyone to take a look at them. It was a really great presentation, and we had 5 staff members that attended. So thank you, staff, for being there and learning what they had to say. Pippi and I will be at the ribbon cutting on Juanita Dog Park on Friday. So thank you. City Manager, over to you. Yeah. She's the same color as I am.
Thank you. So I have two items under report, and then I have calendar update, and I believe there's some legislative request memos that will come under calendar update. So my first check-in, you all received an email with letters from Stephen Padua today. Wanted to get council's permission to amend and sign those letters. This was in response to the mayor of Issaquah making a statement that he believes that the line that would link Issaquah through South Bellevue to Kirkland should be truncated and only serve Issaquah. The letters that you see basically are stating our position that we strongly disagree with that and that we think we need to work together regionally to solve these problems. The city's happy to be part of innovations that save money, but that we can't be picking winners and losers. So we have a letter that would go from us to the city of Issaquah, and we have a letter that would go to Sound Transit articulating those positions. So I just want to see if the council, one, was okay with authorizing the mayor to sign those, and two, if you have particular edits or suggestions for those letters.
Councilmember Arnold?
Thank you. While I am all for regionalism, my only feedback for the letter would be if it got down to Sound Transit wanting to pick and choose, I believe that we are more competitive for ridership, housing support, and elsewhere, and other factors, and that would be something that I think could be incorporated in the letter, and we'll leave it to the judgment of staff on whether and how to do that, because I wouldn't want to lose. Yes, we should stay together if we can, but this was kind of a unilateral shot across the bow by Mayor Mullet, and I hadn't communicated with Kirkland before this, and I think we should acknowledge that.
Thank you, Councilmember Arnold. Anyone else? I think these letters are really well done, and I particularly appreciate the letter to the mayor that emphasized collaboration repeatedly, because as we saw in his original volley, that wasn't part of his strategy. My comments are, we speak about voter approved, that these, sorry, it's getting late, these transit packages are voter approved. I think what we also need to be clear about is they're not only voter approved, but Kirkland residents have paid into these measures. So I want to be really clear about that. The other input I have is very similar to Councilmember Arnold's, in that in the board chair letter, we talk about any changes of magnitude should be evaluated through a transparent, data-driven process that considers system performance, ridership, land use integration, and long-term regional growth. I have a similar thought about Councilmember Arnold. It's not just regional growth, it's our anticipated growth within the city of Kirkland, our land use and our projected housing and job capacity. We should be very specific about what's happening in Kirkland and how we need the Sound Transit to support the future of Kirkland. So other than that, I think they're really well done. I'm looking forward to signing them, and I'm looking forward to calling Mayor Mullet.
So could I get just a motion to approve letters with the suggested edits?
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved by Councilmember Falcone, second by Deputy Mayor Black, to approve the 2 Sound Transit letters. Any further discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0.
The second item is late breaking, and I haven't had a chance to talk to anyone about this, but I just saw the email. So Councilmember Claudia Balducci sent out in her normal update that there's going to be a King County Transportation Benefit District meeting in Issaquah on February 25th, where they intend to begin discussion about implementing the sales tax for the roads and transit measure. And the meeting is to get first feedback as they develop this. So in the past, the city of Kirkland and others have said, if you're going to consider this, there must be pass-through money, since this is all sales tax generated by cities. And so I just look for council to give us permission to make sure someone attends that meeting and that we provide that feedback too at the meeting as it's developed. So.
Head nods all around.
And I will say that one of the reasons that created more urgency for this from the King County side was the flooding that they have. So there were many roads and things that were undermined through the flooding that got in January. So I think it's elevated it significantly at the county level, but I think we really have to engage, or they'll probably just do it without the cities. Okay, that is what I have, which takes us to calendar update. We had 2 legislative request memos. We put them in 3 slides, so I just picked the order. But I think the first one was suggested by Councilman Tim Chisholm, who also had a photo he wanted to share. So turn it back to you, Madam Mayor.
Councilmember Tim Chisholm.
Thank you. This legislative request memo is to identify a public-private partnership pilot for a valet program in downtown Kirkland, and hopefully be implemented by the summer of 2026. The LRM should identify options and costs for how public parking spaces at city-owned lots could support a valet program operated by a private or nonprofit organization. Photo, please. So this legislative request memo was prompted by a valet who was quite entrepreneurial but unauthorized. They went out, purchased a valet stand, an umbrella, and a bunch of cones, and they coned off 3 parking spaces, and people would park their cars there, and then the car would be parked by the valet of this restaurant. These cars, I think, were parked at just regular lots in downtown Kirkland, and not any place special. The coning off of the 3 parking spaces is obviously illegal. And we got complaints from the other restaurant owners that said, hey, if they're doing that, why do they get to do this and we don't? We want to do this too. So what I think was going to happen, or what could have happened, was multiple restaurants would have wanted to do their own valet on nights or weekends. And that wasn't really acceptable. So we told this restaurant that they couldn't do this, and we shut down their valet program. This photograph was taken in June of 25 last summer, and when I discussed it with staff, I discussed it about a way to legalize this program, and because it was the middle of the summer, it was really too far into the busy season to make it happen in the summer of 25. So we reset, and we wanted to take a crack at this in the summer of 26. So I think that Mr. Lopez, if you have anything you want to add, please do. But I think the idea would be to, somewhere within downtown Kirkland, have a valet that parked cars in our employee lots on nights and weekends. And we have support from a number of downtown restaurants, and there's a large interest in this. So this is the, if you have any questions, feel free, but this isn't necessarily my idea. It's the idea of, it's something that's already happening, and so the idea is to try to find a way to do this legally.
Thank you. Deputy City Manager, anything to add?
No, I think that's it exactly, and we're very open to coming back with options should the LRM be passed about various ways we could implement such an idea.
Thank you. Council, questions? Councilor Falcone?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, thank you for bringing forth this proposed solution to an issue that I wasn't aware was happening in our city. So thank you for that, Councilmember Tim Chisholm. I appreciate that. And I, certainly want to support our small businesses whenever and however we're able to as a city. My question is for City Manager, maybe Deputy City Manager. Earlier tonight, we talked about discussing curb management and downtown parking policy at the council retreat. How do you see this fitting into that? Could, I guess, potentially one of the options that staff could come back with is that this would be rolled into that discussion and those plans?
I mean, maybe. The way the LRM is drafted, the goal would be to have it by this summer, which means it would probably go ahead of that bigger conversation about curb usage. But we'd come back with options in the LRM response that would basically show how you could do both those things, have the broader conversation, and maybe options for doing this.
So perhaps it could be a pilot for one form of curb management. So, thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Do you need a second, man? I can't remember.
I haven't gotten a motion yet. So,
okay.
Councilmember Tim Chisholm, go ahead.
I don't have anything additional.
No, just make a motion.
Oh, I'll make a motion to pass my legislative request memo as drafted.
Second?
It's been moved by Councilmember Tim Chisholm, second by Councilmember Falcone, probably because she's sitting right there and I can hear her. Any further discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries, oh, any opposed? Motion carries 7-0. All right.
So now we're skipping ahead to the second legislative request memo, which I believe will be offered by Councilmember Prem.
Councilmember Prim.
All right, I know it's late. Last one. So I'm proposing this legislative request memo to be approved tonight to identify research and resources that would be necessary to explore the use of AI to increase efficiencies in 2 areas. One is traffic flow through our existing ITS system, and 2, in our development permitting process. So for the first one, the traffic flow use case, we know that AI is already being used by cities like Bellevue and Seattle to improve traffic signal timing and reduce congestion without building expensive new infrastructure. If we can improve traffic flow through smarter use of our existing systems without a lot of extra infrastructure costs, I think it could save taxpayer dollars while improving daily quality of life. And then the second one, the permitting side, I think faster and more consistent permit processing will support housing, small businesses. AI tools can help flag missing information and streamline reviews, increasing efficiencies without lowering standards. So the reason why I am being specific on these 2 areas is because these are honestly the topics that I heard most about during my campaigning. This was something that I heard. These 2 things were things that I heard a lot from the community about. So that's the reason why I'm targeting these 2 specific things. I do realize that AI can be used across the board with a lot of different use cases, but at least we should start somewhere. Just a reminder that this motion obviously does not commit us to anything. It simply asks staff to research and bring back to council options, costs, and risks, and potential pilot programs so that we can all make some informed decisions.
Thank you. Any questions for Councilmember Prim? Councilmember Falcone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, thank you for bringing this forth, Councilmember Prem. I shared with you earlier today that I fully support, I'm a little bit of a squeaky wheel with talking about AI and the city's implementation of both AI technology, but also guardrails for AI. I don't know, but I can imagine that that the permit review processing might be a little bit easier in that regard. We know that Bellevue's already doing this, and there's a little bit less sensitive data. I can imagine that the traffic may be a little bit more complicated with having conversations right now with the public about additional or different types of image gathering and image usage, right? And so I would anticipate that we would have a heavy DEIB component to this, to the exploration of this LRM. And also just curious in general, I know we've, had various conversations about AI over the years, but I would be curious to know at some point from staff. I've heard from different departments, kind of bits and pieces, areas that we're looking at for implementing AI technology. I haven't heard a lot of conversations around guardrails for AI technology, so I would expect that that would be a really important piece of this conversation. Not only the guardrails, but also at some point in the future, just understanding what the timeline is going to be like for us to have the more comprehensive conversation. I like the way Councilmember Prem phrased this as this being a pilot, to really understand what direction we're going. So I just wanted to mention that I'm hoping that we'll have that conversation at some point in the not too distant future as, technology develops rapidly. And there are a lot of potential good uses, but also a lot of things that we need to be really thoughtful about and aware of in how and when and where we choose to use AI technology. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Pascal?
Yeah, thank you. Thanks to Councilmember Prem for bringing this up. Just a couple thoughts, and maybe just a suggestion on a couple added words here. But I agree with Councilmember Falcone that just that larger discussion about AI would be useful at some point, and maybe this will get that ball rolling as an initial first step. The second piece is, I have an opportunity to work on a lot of technology projects and work with colleagues across the country on technology. And it's fascinating just how fast things are changing, and how, for whatever reason, the transportation system lags behind some of our other technology pieces out there. But there's a lot that's changing. So I think this is really worth just exploring, and for you all to kind of understand what's out there, what's been working, what hasn't. And that I asked my colleagues who do this quite a bit, and they did say that they haven't found an example of a fully deployed system. AI will do bits and pieces of different things for the transportation system, like one piece or get data or something, but having a full system operating under AI, it hasn't been deployed yet, but that's something that I know some bigger cities are investing in to try to do. So I think that information will be really interesting to bring back. The only thing I was going to add would be, I know it's focused on traffic flow, which is fine, but I would add the words where it says may be used to improve both traffic flow. I would say both traffic flow and safety through our intelligent transportation system, because there have been areas where AI will improve safety for all users. That will actually also improve traffic flow as well. So I just would want that to make sure to be captured. And I don't know if you'd be open to that, that one edit. It's a nuance, but it's an important nuance, I think, in this case.
Thank you. Anyone else?
So I think we need a motion to add that word if.
Well, she hasn't made her original motion yet. So, all right, go ahead.
I move to approve my legislative request memo as drafted.
All right.
Second.
Moved by Councilmember Prim, second by Councilmember Pascal to approve the legislative request memo as drafted. Any further discussion? Councilmember Pascal.
I make a motion to amend the language to add the words "and safety" after traffic flow.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved by Councilmember Pascal, second by Councilmember Arnold to add the words "and safety" after traffic flow. Any discussion on that? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0. Now we're back to the original motion as amended. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Amended motion carries 7-0. Thank you. City Manager.
Thank you. So to wrap up, I do have now on the calendar note that we'll find a way to bring a discussion of AI to the council at the appropriate time. Is there any other changes to the calendar?
I see none.
Okay. So that's all I have for my report, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. All right, we are now going to go into executive session to discuss potential litigation as authorized by RCW 423110-1I3. We expect to reconvene our regular meeting at approximately
20 minutes, so 10:53, 10:55.
let's say 10:55, only for the purposes of adjournment. Thank you, everyone.